Good morning, California, and welcome to our final day here of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission's review of visualizations. My name is Sarah Sadwani. I'll be serving as your chair for today's meeting, along with my colleague Pedro Toledo as the vice chair. Ravi, can you take the roll?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Sinai?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Toledo?
Here.
Commissioner Turner?
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez? Commissioner Yee?
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad?
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Presente.
Commissioner Foranshari?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Lamons? And Commissioner Sadwani?
Here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Thanks so much, Ravi. So before we get going today, I have just a couple housekeeping announcements. First, I just wanted to review our agenda and remind everyone that we continue to be on agenda item number 2. We're going to be finishing that up. Posted also as a schedule for today. As of right now, we have allotted 2 90-minute blocks with a 15-minute break in between to cover and review the visualizations which are posted for Southern California, including counties such as Orange, San Diego, Imperial, Riverside, and San Bernardino. Should we need additional time, we will continue after lunch to finish up. So we'll complete any unfinished work at that point and then move to public comment, which is agenda item number 3 for today. Given that, however, I know that the public is very excited to weigh in, and we have been receiving a lot of public comments. So I wanted to have just two little housekeeping pieces. First, for commissioners, I think Anthony has some instruction if folks are emailing you directly. Anthony, do you want to?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Just a reminder for commissioners, if you do get the input that the chair was just referring to, please send it to the Voters First Act at crc.ca.gov, and we'll deal with how to post the public input or the public comment. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Chief Counsel Payne. And then secondly, we have a new tool. We announced it yesterday briefly, but I wanted to take a moment and let Director Kaplan just share a little bit more about that tool and show us how it's working so that we as commissioners know how to use it as well as the public knows how to access it. Marcy?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to share my screen. Sorry if you hear my screaming children in the background. It's late start Wednesday. So I'm going to the meetings page of our website. And here we have highlighted the visualizations and the different ways to provide input to the commission. And so what Chair Sadwani just highlighted is our community feedback form that was created. I also just want to highlight there are still multiple ways to provide input through the Voters First Act email, calling into the commission meeting this week, and other methods. And so this is the feedback form. And so it's a very simple form. And we ask the public to refrain from using any personal identifying information. So really just what region or visualization are you providing input on? As folks have been following along, the visualizations are each labeled around the center. And so if the public wants to actually include the name to make that clear for the commissioners, which visualization they are providing input on and what information they would want to share with the commission. And then a quick submit. And then I'll go through where the public can see this and where the commissioners can see this as well. So now I'm going to go back to our website and click on the data tab where we have our data for input. And this text has been updated to instruct the public on how to see the additional visualization feedback that's come in through this tool. And so here below, you'll see the input that's been coming in COI input that's been coming in through the COI tool and through the Voters First Act email. And if you click here where it says COI public input, there's a left sidebar where you can click on visualization feedback. And here's where the input that we've received so far has been included. And so this is basically real time getting posted. And so it'll be helpful for the commissioners and the public to follow along in this process. Hi.
And hello to your babies at home. Thank you so much for that, Marcy. Really helpful. Such a great new tool and opportunity for us to see feedback coming in real time. Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to reiterate that real-time piece because just so that the public understands that it takes, if you email it, it takes some time to go from the email to the, to get to us. But it was fun last night to be reviewing some of these and seeing things pop up. Kept popping up. I'm like, oh, another one. So yes, I was up late because I was so excited about all the feedback. But this is a great way to get everything on real time. And I hope that we as commissioners get addicted to it and we look at it often and that people use it because that's the quickest way to let us know what you're thinking.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that, Commissioner Sinai. And with that, I think we can go ahead and jump right in. We have Andrew Dressler here today, as well as John from the Haystack Q2 team. I see that we're also joined by Mr. Becker and Mr. Wouter from our VRA Council. So welcome to all. Andrew and John, I'm going to turn it over to you. I believe we're going to start with some VRA, potential VRA considerations for us this morning.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. And you are correct, Chair. We are going to start off with a couple VRA districts. I will turn this over to John, but just again to remind everybody, in the handouts, there's two documents. There's it was a very large document, so they split it into two: Southern California Part 1, Southern California Part 2. So that is in the meeting handouts today. So if you wanted to follow along with that as well, that is up on the website. So with that, I will turn it over to John. And as noted, we will start with a couple visualizations that we received input from Dr. Gull and the VRA attorneys. So with that, John.
Thank you, Andrew. So we're going.
Commissioner,
go
John,
ahead.
1 second. Commissioner Sinai, did you want to jump in on something before John gets started? Okay. Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that, John.
All right, starting with San Diego here. I'll just turn on the district, and this is slide number 63, it looks like. So this is an assembly district-sized visualization, which was drawn in collaboration with the Voting Rights Act team. It was drawn with considerations for preliminary direction we received from the commission, as well as consideration for public input and keeping cities whole where possible. And I'll turn it over to VRA Council if there was something more they want to say about this district or potential visualization.
Yeah, so thank you. This district does satisfy the Jingles first precondition. It has over 57% Hispanic CVAT. I'll tell you, this is all very preliminary. Preliminarily, it does look like the second Jingles precondition is likely met, that there is, but we're still analyzing that, looking at some more elections, but there does appear to be Latino polarized voting. We are still analyzing. We don't have an answer on the third Jingles precondition yet on this. We're still analyzing some additional data to see whether non-Latinos are voting in such a way that would defeat the Latino candidate of choice. So that's something we'll have more data for you on next week.
Great. And it looks like Commissioner Sinai might have a comment or question at this point.
Thank you. This was a great job on this district. When we are looking at the racial polarizing voting, this is one of those areas where Asian and Latino work very, especially National City, where it's a very strong coalition. And then it was interesting not to see Imperial Beach and Bonita added, because both always, if you say South Bay, they both come up. So I just wanted to be, to understand why, when I can see the numbers, so I get that part. But was there any other reasoning behind that? And I also have to say, it allowed me to think differently about San Diego, so I did appreciate having that flexibility of looking at San Diego differently.
Commissioner Sinai, I'll probably just address the first question you had about the Asian population and possible cohesion there. Asian population in this visualization is about 15.1%. If we determine that the Latino population satisfies all three jingles preconditions in this area, which we haven't conclusively determined yet, but if we do, then certainly we should consider crossover voting either amongst the Asian community or even amongst other communities, whites and the relatively small percentage of blacks that reside in this area. Black percentage in this illustration is around 6.35%, and white CVAP in this visualization is about 19.2%. So we'll definitely take a look at that. Again, first step is, does the Voting Rights Act apply? Second step, how do we draw the district to make sure that the minority who's protected by the voting rights has an opportunity to elect candidates of choice?
Great, thank you for that. Commissioner Fonashari.
It just does seem like Imperial Beach is kind of hanging out there in nowhere land, kind of challenge of what to do with it if it's just hanging out there. So I just encourage you to consider other designs that would include Imperial Beach too, please.
Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I was just curious, was there a reason why we didn't include Imperial Beach? Is that, if there's any, I was just wondering if there's any reasoning for that.
I think largely we wanted to just start with a couple examples, and part of it was a population thing where we wanted to get it right around an assembly district size, just to start with the visualizations there. So that, I think that was a big reason why not. But per Commissioner Fornachari, we can do a visualization to see what that looks like with and without it.
And I was just thinking, did you also look at possibly a bigger district, either a Senate or whether, I don't know if the population's there for a Senate or for a congressional?
And I think one of the things with the initial visualization and direction from the VRA Council and Dr. Gall was to start with the assembly size. So then that's something that we wanted to start with that and then expand from there. So because this analysis from Dr. Gall just came in recently, we wanted to start something with a population that was more in the lines of an assembly district.
Thank you, that's helpful. So you're still looking at potential Senate and congressional?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you so much,
yes,
Sandra.
Of course.
Commissioner Sinai.
I was just going to add this so that we can skip this visualization later when we're going through the order of San Diego, and we can say, okay, we're done versus coming back to it. Can we see a visualization in the future that includes Imperial Beach and Bonita, and then the entire border, along the border all the way to Imperial County? Thank you. Including unincorporated areas.
Do you want the entirety of Chula Vista with that as well, or no?
Yes, entirety.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't realize Chula Vista had been cut. Yeah, cutting to Chula Vista is going to be not popular thing.
In this visualization, Chula Vista is not cut. I just wanted to check in the one.
Yeah,
you're
make sure,
proposing.
yeah, Chula Vista all together, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add, I mean, I think this visualization certainly brought up questions for me about contiguity. Though at the same time, I do very explicitly recall receiving a lot of community testimony saying they did not want to be connected to Coronado. So I'm not sure what our options are if I mean, Coronado is connected through land, so it's not an island, I don't believe. So
It's not.
Right. Thank you.
They would be, yes, Coronado, they want it connected with San Diego, and it is connected by a bridge to the city of San Diego up above. Imperial Beach is considered completely separate from Coronado, and even though they're attached by land. But this, as I said, it does bring up creativity about looking at the whole coast of San Diego together, which I had never thought about it that way, but I was like, okay, that makes sense too, because there's so many issues around the bay and all the way up.
Very good. Anyone else want to jump in on this visualization? If not, John, back to you.
Okay, we're going to shift to take a look at Imperial County with the Coachella, a portion of the Coachella Valley, and then we're going to finish up with Western Riverside. So first, and this is going to be, let me just check. This is going to be slide number 72. It's labeled AD Imperial Coachella. And so again, this is, as before, this is an assembly district-sized visualization, which was drawn in collaboration with the VRA team. It also considers some of the preliminary direction we received from the commission, and some information, some public input, and some prioritization of keeping some cities whole. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Becker.
Thank you. So this district clearly complies with the first Jingles precondition. It's over 59% Latino CVAP. Preliminary analysis, and I'm always stressing it's preliminary because we're still, it's mostly Dr. Gall who's crunching the numbers, thanks to her incredibly hard work. It does appear as if it's likely that the second and third Jingles preconditions are both met in this area. So this is likely an area we're going to want to give particular attention to with regard to Voting Rights Act compliance.
Thank you. Any questions, Commissioner Sinai?
Can you just share the CVAP data for this area?
Andrew, do you want to do that or should I? I'm happy to.
Yeah, I can do it. Just
Go
one
ahead.
second. Yep. For this one, yes, we have Latino CVAP is 59.5%. Black CVAP is 3.3%. Asian CVAP is 2.2%. And white is 33.8%.
Is there indigenous number?
Yeah.
Yes, it is 0.8%.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, can you just zoom in on the map? I'm just curious, looking at the PDF, it looks like La Quinta, Palm Springs, Indian Wells, and Palm Desert are also included, but it's hard to tell. Okay, so,
Was this view good?
yeah, so is Palm Springs also, what's that little,
So Palm Spring is not. There's
so
no
that's all of
cities
Cathedral,
that are
that's,
split here.
is that Cathedral?
Yeah,
no
exactly,
city?
that's
Okay, so that's
Cathedral City.
Cathedral City, right?
Yep.
Okay, but it does include La Quinta.
Yeah, that was based on a community of interest submission that we received that just described the areas, including that. But
And I guess that also then means that Indian Wells is in there as well, too? Or is that the one next to it? Maybe it's, okay, it's not. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
As I'll just pose as a question for you, John. As an assembly district, this is a little bit over in terms of our target population. I mean, do you, having looked at this area so closely, do you have thoughts if we wanted to get that number closer to our target of where you would pull from?
Well, I'm very happy to defer to David or the commission on that one. One thing I'll just say is with these visualizations, I was prioritizing keeping cities whole. And so if there were areas that the commission or that David felt didn't need to be included in this district, and that involves splitting a city, that might be an area, or it might be that you'd prefer a different combination of cities. I really just happened to select these based on the criteria received from the VRA Council, and also just reviewing what a few of the submissions were for additional cities in a district like this from community input. But very happy to defer to Commissioner David on that.
Yeah, and I'll just briefly say, again, this is really just a visualization to see if all three jingles preconditions apply to start out with, and it does do a very nice job of keeping cities together, which is an added bonus. It's about 2.8% above the ideal, which is not too bad actually. It's pretty close. Just we didn't discuss it before, but the previous one was only about 0.77% above the ideal. So it was the one in San Diego. So, and I'll be happy to mention the deviations as we go, but that gives us some room to make adjustments if this visualization is the basis for a remedial district.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I'd like to request a visualization that would exclude or take out La Quinta and see whether or not that will bring the numbers down closer to a smaller deviation on the Assembly District. It is, I understand the community of interest testimony, but it is a fairly different kind of community from some of the other ones that are included right now.
Thank you for that. Anybody else want to jump in on this one? If not, John, back to you.
All right, and we're going to look at Western Riverside now.
This is page 78.
And there are two visualizations here, Andrew.
And so it's 78 and 84.
And again, these are both assembly-sized districts drawn in collaboration with the VRA Council, with consideration for some of the preliminary direction we received from the Commission, as well as some public input and keeping cities whole. And I'll hand it off to David.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm just calling up my notes on these. So first, I'll refer to the one on the right, 80 Riverside, Moreno, Paris. That is, so as it's currently drawn, the visualization is shade under 50% Hispanic CVAP. However, well, and both of these actually are a shade under Hispanic, 50% Hispanic CVAP. However, we've confirmed that it is possible to draw these areas at 50%. So future visualizations will be at that level. So it's highly likely Jingles 1 is satisfied for both of these. With regard to the Moreno Paris district you're looking at right now, I should tell you that we're, like I said, it's about, it's just over 47% Hispanic CVAP, very likely to be able to get up to over 50%. And for both of these, preliminary results do seem to indicate that the second and third Jingles preconditions are likely met. In other words, Hispanics are voting cohesively for candidates of choice, and others are voting in ways cohesively to defeat those candidates of choice. We're going to confirm that with further data, but that's preliminary, the preliminary indication. If you're interested in the deviation, by the way, let me just call this up. The Moreno Paris district currently is about 1.77% above the ideal. And the other district, the Northwest Riverside district, is about 3% below the ideal.
Great, thank you for that. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Sorry,
Did you have a
pass.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanting to know whether that was the dividing line in Riverside City is along current or proposed city council district lines.
The division in Riverside is along neighborhood boundaries, which I received from the city of Riverside.
Okay.
But in terms of which neighborhoods to keep together or which to keep separate, that's something where I would certainly like to receive additional guidance there from the public or from the commission on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just had a question also around if you had the Black CVAP numbers. I recall significant COI input from the Black communities in these areas wanting to be kept together. I'm wondering to what extent that was considered when drawing these two potential districts.
Yes, Black CVAP, so the one on the right is 14.2%, and then the one on the left is 6.2%.
Yes, I'd be really interested then in when I see David Becker has his hand raised, but in learning more about the crossover vote in these areas and ensuring that we're not packing them too much, and that there might be alternative ways of thinking about this area. Mr. Becker?
Yeah, just building off that, I wanted to make sure, just to say, and I think this goes without saying, but I wanted to make sure, feel free, please give instructions as much as you want about what you'd like to see in the next round of visualizations on any of the districts' visualizations that might apply, to which the Voting Rights Act might apply. However, I just want to note the Voting Rights Act and compliance with it is the second highest criteria after equal population. So it may be that instructions you give could potentially cut into Voting Rights Act compliance, and we'll advise you of that, of course, every step of the way to make sure that that things are the hierarchy is properly accounted for. But just keep that in mind that as we do that and as we look at crossover voting amongst other communities and things like that, we'll give you much more comprehensive advice about how the Voting Rights Act can be complied with.
Great, thank you so much for that. I mean, I don't have specific visualization direction beyond continuing to assess from the VRA standpoint the concern about overpacking, and certainly that would be with two historically excluded communities. And I just want to make sure that we're not overpacking these communities that may be voting similarly. I'm not sure, I haven't looked at the numbers. Other commissioners want to jump in on this? Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I just have a question for Mr. Becker in terms of what he just said and what you just said, Chair Sadwani. I also recall that we got some COI testimony about some of the communities up above in San Bernardino County, such as Rialto and Grand Terrace, particularly, if I recall correctly, and Colton, I think, if I recall correctly, the Black community particularly also talked or called in to state that was a particular community of interest for their community as well too. And so let's just say from a congressional district perspective, would expanding to or into San Bernardino, it does mean crossing county lines, but it does mean also creating I guess a district that would also or could become a VRA district from a congressional district perspective. Is that something that would make sense? Or would we start to go into, do we start to then kind of skirt what you're saying about some of the packing, that may be happening, and that maybe we just need to think a little bit more creatively about ensuring that, the different communities are represented, but also not packed either. So I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'll try my best to answer that. So first of all, I think it's entirely appropriate for you all to give instructions about future visualizations you'd like to see, and make them as clear for the line drawers as possible. And we'll, honestly, there's no harm in looking at these things and seeing what the population concentrations look like, what the voting patterns look like, how they interrelate with particularly criteria for the governmental boundaries, communities of interest, et cetera. And you, of course, have the discretion within criteria for to balance communities of interest with things like county boundaries and city boundaries as you think is appropriate. What you don't have discretion to do is to prioritize those over Voting Rights Act compliance. So we'll give you good advice on that. It's really good everyone is focused on packing, because it's probably something I'm most focused on as well. It's really important that we make sure that minority voting power, where it's protected by the Voting Rights Act, isn't so concentrated and packed into districts that it's actually minimized over the course of the entire plan. So we'll keep a close eye on that as we go, and that of course will involve some really specific analyses of voting patterns and crossover voting and things like that. That's after we've established the Voting Rights Act applies to some of these areas. If the Voting Rights Act doesn't apply, of course, again, you are well within your discretion to balance out the variety of factors from once we get below equal population and is it contiguity that's number 3? I believe. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I don't have it up in front of me. And then within the criteria for the various other criteria, you can absolutely feel free to balance those, and communities of interest might have a variety of different definitions.
Good, thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
If we have an area if one of these visualizations we want to ask the VRA Council to make sure that they look at, do we mention it now or as we're going through all of them? Because I know council comes and goes, the VRA Council, so I didn't know if we should just say quickly, can you look at this one as well?
David, do you have a preference on that?
If I'm understanding correctly, I mean, I think the best thing to do is just to continue to ask for visualizations you'd like information on, and be as specific as possible. The line drawers will draw them up. We'll get really good indications about the demographics within those visualizations. You'll also have, you've all been very, very attentive, rightfully so, to the deviations, the overall populations, and things like that. So we'll give you the best advice. Probably the best thing to do is to request specific visualizations, and then we can give you advice about those visualizations once we run the data on them. Does that answer your question adequately, Commissioner Sinai? Again, there's no harm. A visualization might end up being something that if it were to be passed by you would violate the law. We will tell you that if that's true, but there's no harm in asking for a visualization just to see what it'll do.
Very good, thank you. Seeing no other hands, John, do you want to continue to the next?
So I'll shift now into showing the other visualizations, the non-VRA visualizations. There's some other areas where we're continuing to work with council, but I won't be showing that now. Shifting now to the visualizations from the start of the slides. I'm going to just work through in a similar order to I've done in the previous presentations. I'll start off with Orange County, head south to San Diego, and then work in a counterclockwise manner.
So this is going to be page 5 in the part 1 document that was shared, and we'll be continuing from there.
So I'll start here with a couple of visualizations in northern Orange County that reach over the border into Los Angeles County. This first one, Cyprus, Long Beach consists of the cities entirely of Cyprus and Long Beach and has a population of 532,496. Shifting to the north, there's a few visualizations here in this area. This one consists of a few different entire cities and that has a population of 364,525. A little farther south, this visualization again consisted of a few cities that commissioners want to see together. The population is 502,808. And then this next one's a little larger. The population here was 1,397,651. And then Commissioner Sedwani, do you want me to pause now, or do you want me to just continue on until you ask me to pause?
I think we can pause. I'm seeing a couple of
Sure.
hands coming up. Yeah, I think it's always great if we can let you get through a couple and then take
Of course.
questions. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, thank you. Can we just start at the top with the first one that you showed?
Is this the visualization, Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yes, thank you. First off, I'm going to request two visualizations for this one, and the second one may be one that was requested yesterday because it's going to go just straight into LA County. So the first visualization is I'd like to request one with Cyprus removed, and then to add Los Alamitos and Rossmore. I don't know, it might not be enough to actually grow to a congressional district size, and so I'd like to see, I guess I'm going to, up to the population that you would need, I think let's add also, I'd like to see on that second visualization in which Los Alamitos and Rossmore is included, I'd like to also see one that would have Lakewood included. I know we did get some communities of interest testimony that Lakewood has a close relationship with Long Beach, at least from a school district perspective, so that may be a consideration. But also Los Alamitos and Rossmore also has a relationship with the Long Beach School District as well, too. So I'd like to see, and so I think in terms of perhaps what would be needed for the population, let me give it to you in this order. Let's remove Cyprus, let's add Lakewood, and then let's add Los Alamitos, and then as population is needed to decide whether or not adding Rossmore would either take it too far out of the population deviation or if it would stay within the population deviation needed for a assembly district. No, that'd be different. Chair Sadwani, should I just stop? I have other comments on the other maps that were shown.
Yeah, why don't we pause here? We'll let Commissioner Sinai get in case she wanted to talk about this one as well. I know I would like to make a comment about this one also, and then we'll come back to you. Sound good?
Thank you. Yeah, on Long Beach, we have received input on our new tool, on kind of how they would like to see themselves grown. We also received a letter. So you had captured, Long Beach, Signal Hill, Avalon, Lakewood, Cyprus, and it was interesting. They said if they were going to expand, they would like to expand north versus expand west or east. So that was a request we received we received from the public on this one.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I think my comment was just kind of a follow-up to Commissioner Kutagawa's, slightly separate and different. I think for to get to a congressional level, keep Cyprus, adding in Los Alamitos, Rossmore, and or Lakewood to see what we would actually need to get to a congressional district. And I think we've heard loud and clear from testimony, there's a strong desire to keep the city of Long Beach together. So what are our options there to get closer to it? And I would say the same for an assembly district. All of the cities that Commissioner Kutagawa mentioned, I think just laying out more clearly what the options would be to get us closer to an assembly. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to the next map. And it's more a question of clarification. What is that unincorporated empty space there? Is that Carbon Canyon?
If you're asking me, I don't know offhand, I'm afraid.
Can you give some kind of either terrain or some other kind of detail in that area?
Sure, let me turn that on.
I'm not sure. I wasn't sure if it was an unincorporated area or if it's just...
It is unincorporated area, and there's not a lot of population there. I just didn't include it because it wasn't explicitly in the list of cities requested in that particular visualization.
Okay. It was just weird because there was this big empty, it's like a donut hole almost. Okay, so.
I think in terms of visualization, I apologize, Commissioner Kutagawa, for stepping in, but I mean, we wouldn't be able to wait, I'm seeing this line is not there. Is that correct? Correct. Along Chino Hills? Correct. I was assuming that it was like a whole carve out. No. My apologies. I was going to say in general, let's just not do that. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So I know it's not going to make a difference on the numbers, but if you could, actually, it won't matter. On that one, it won't matter. I'll just stop there and see if there's anybody else that wants to comment on this map before I request to go on to the next one.
I'll just jump in. I think that we had some feedback saying that that people really liked it. Obviously, it's not quite hitting any of our target populations yet, but perhaps it could be the basis for something in the future.
Yeah, and that was my intent, is that there's some other comments that I have on other maps that I think encompass what I would end up adding to this one, so I just didn't want to repeat it.
Very good. Yep. Go ahead, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Okay, can we just go on to the next map then?
Actually, I got a question on this. I would ask to add that piece of it because it could be a bigger piece of a future.
Okay.
Okay, so thanks.
Do you want me to just then add the ones that I would have added? Okay.
I'm cheering you on.
Thank you. All right. Okay, then, and then I apologize if it ends up repeating what else I say. Then from an assembly district perspective, then I would like to see a visualization that would fill in that hole there so that we go up to the San Bernardino line. I would also like to add Hacienda Heights to see if that would bring up the numbers. And then also to add La Mirada and also, so a visualization that would include Hacienda Heights and La Mirada, and then a second visualization that would also then include Hacienda Heights, La Mirada, East Whittier, and Whittier. So this would keep everything all in Orange County. And also, if population is needed, we can also add South Whittier as well, too. I'd just like to see what that would look like. I know we have some other visualizations that incorporate some of the other cities around it as well, too.
And so, Commissioner Kutagawa, and I think this goes for many of our visualizations. Do you want to see those in particular, or do you want to see them as using those cities to target towards an assembly or congressional district, perhaps?
Yes. Then if I had to say, yes, that is correct. Then in terms of priority, I would like to see one that would specifically include Hacienda Heights and La Mirada. If we don't have enough population, then I would ask that we then start with East Whittier. And I believe if we add, okay, no, I take that back. I think population-wise, if we add potentially Whittier, it may get us to the assembly district size. And then if needed, then add East Whittier and then add South Whittier.
Is that clear is that direction clear for the line drawing
Yes,
team?
that's very clear. Thank you.
And the reason why I'm just saying let's start with Whittier is because I'm trying to also avoid splitting Whittier in half as well too. So that's my intent behind what I'm saying.
Great. Thank you for that. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. Back to the open space. When the terrain did fill in, I caught a Fire Scout reservation. Is that tribal or is it just a name? And can we check? Because I know we have the tribal layers, correct?
So I just turned on the tribal layers, and based on the layer that I have turned on, there's not something showing up, but I don't know offhand. There might be something though.
Okay, yeah, if we could look into that, just, I don't know if it's just a Google research or something, because I'd like to know, but thank you.
Great. Thank you for that, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Kennedy.
I just looked it up. It's a Boy Scout camp.
Perfect. That's the scout kind of gave that away. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy.
Sounds like some great camping in that area. Any additional comments here? Commissioner Kutagawa.
If no more comments on this one, I'd like to move on to the next map.
Yes, please. Let's do it.
Okay, I am not trying to hate on Cyprus. I am just trying to see if we remove Cyprus from this map, if we could get it to an assembly-sized district.
I'm going to get calls from the city of Cyprus, I think.
I know. So I would like to see a visualization just to be clear.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Cyprus has seen love with Long Beach. You're okay, Linda. It's not Tracy. I wanted just to confirm, none of these are taking us into Little Saigon, right? I kept going back and forth. Okay, if we can, and on this one, I was just curious what the CVAP data was.
Give me just one moment.
And as this one stands, it's 1.8% over ideal population.
So for this visualization, the Hispanic CVAP is 28.8%. The non-Hispanic Black CVAP is 4%, and the non-Hispanic Asian CVAP is 28.4%.
That makes a lot of sense. Commissioner Kennedy, and then I'll come back to Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, could we see a visualization removing Cyprus but adding Artesia? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I'd like to ask Mr. Becker, could this be a VRA district? Given the numbers of both the Asian and Latino, I think that there could be crossover votes in this area.
So I haven't reviewed demographic data for this. John or Andrew, do you have, it might have already been stated, so I'm sorry if I missed it. Do you have the demographic data for this district?
Yeah, Latino is, CVAP is 28.8%, Asian CVAP is 24%.
Okay. So what I think we might want to look at here, it seems unlikely that either Latinos or Asians would be sufficient to form a majority by themselves around this area. But I think we can have Dr. Gall look at voting patterns to see if Latinos and Asians are voting cohesively together. And if so, this is a possible coalition district. it's it's something, this could be a very close call with regard to that. I just want to state, because as we know, these communities are not monolithic, so cohesion might not be 100%. So I want to respect the diversity in these areas as well. So but we can absolutely take a look at that. And I believe we're already looking at racially polarized voting in these areas. So we'll take a look at that and see if Latinos and Asians are cohesive within this area of North Orange and South Los Angeles County.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Becker, Mr. Becker, Commissioner Becker. I'm really not sure how to address you right now, but and I don't want to take anything away either. But yeah, I guess my point is, or my question is, you will look at all of the as we get closer, you'll look at all of the districts to look for cohesion or VRA or whatever. Do we have to ask each time, or do we assume that you're going to do it, or do we have to request that it be done?
So first of all, I prefer to go by Grand Poobah Becker. That's
how do you spell that?
No, what I'd suggest is we're going to look at areas where we're seeing concentrations and voting patterns that would indicate we should look at them. That's already being done. That being said, it can never hurt to point out an area that you're particularly interested in, and we'll take a look and see if we've got data for it. And if for some reason it slipped through the cracks, we'll be able to get you information on that. I don't have, Dr. Gall's not on the call, and I don't have all of her data at my fingertips right now, but certainly before the next set of 3-day meetings, we can get you more information on that. And I was just about to type an email to her to get her the to confirm that she's either looked at this or has get her opinion on it.
Okay, and just one more, Grand Poobah. When you say you're looking at the areas in concentration, you obviously, or not, I shouldn't say obviously, you would also look at any crossover?
So yeah, so crossover is going to be relevant in 2 different parts of the analysis. In the first analysis, it's going to be relevant to determine whether the third jingles precondition exists. If there's a lot of crossover, then it's unlikely that third jingles precondition exists. It's unlikely that minorities are finding their choices at the ballot box being defeated by others. That, again, I want to point out, that means the Voting Rights Act doesn't protect them, because it's not needed to protect them, because which is a good thing. But then secondly, if we do find from a Voting Rights Act perspective that all the jingles preconditions are met, including the third jingles precondition, and that there's polarized voting to defeat the minority candidate of choice, when we're drawing the district to comply with Section 2, we should take into account crossover. There might be 10 or 20% crossover. That wouldn't necessarily defeat the third jingles precondition, but it might mean that you don't need a 60% minority district or even a 50% minority district. So those are things, I'm speaking just totally in the abstract and not about this area right now, but those are the kinds of things that we'll be able to advise you on. So crossover is just to summarize, crossover is important at 2 different aspects. First, to determine whether we draw a VRA district in the first place. If there's too much, then the Voting Rights Act really doesn't cover that area. And then secondly, to devise a district that adequately complies with the Voting Rights Act if it does apply. So making sure that we're either not putting too many minorities in to pack the district or putting too few minorities in to crack the district.
If I could just interject for a moment, I want to make sure that, and Mr. Becker has alluded to this before, that there can be potentially some confusion in the terminology that's used between coalition voting and crossover voting. Crossover voting generally is used to refer to when the typically white majority crosses over and votes with the minorities. Coalition voting is when you have 2 separate minority groups that can cohesively vote together. Is that right, David?
That's correct. That's how I use the term. That's how the courts generally use it, although there is some confusion. Crossover is always defined as as those votes within the non-minority that's protected under the VRA that are voting for the minority candidate of choice. Coalitions are when you have two different minority groups that could be protected by the VRA who are voting cohesively for the same types of candidates.
And so we will be trying to look at coalition voting as well as the crossover voting implications that David just was discussing.
I just wanted to thank you both. Yes, thank you, Mr. Wisher. I think that's what I meant was the coalition voting, but thank you for the crossover information as well. Thanks.
Lots to think about. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. I would like to move on to the next map, if that's okay. If we're ready.
Sure. Yep. Let's do it.
Okay. I realize this is a huge district. I think so I'd like to request a few visualizations. One, since we're looking at over 1 million people, I'll start with a visualization where we might be able to get it down to a Senate district. And I'd like to first remove North Irvine and also remove Anaheim Hills and see if we could get that to maybe a Senate district size, and to also, if to get to a Senate district size for population numbers, and if we could stay within the standard deviation, I'd like to also then ask that the line drawers use their, just keep that in consideration to get the population, remove Placentia. So as you need the population or to remove population, Placentia would be next on the list. And then I would like to then, from a congressional district perspective, if that brings it down sufficiently, if you remove Placentia, Anaheim Hills, and North Irvine, and it looks like it kind of cuts through part of Tustin, is that correct?
Yeah, that was entirely just to include the portion of
Just
North
to include
Irvine
that
was
portion, yeah.
requested.
Then for the visualization, the first one that I just requested, can we also remove Tustin
Yes.
as well too? So otherwise it's weird. So then going from a Senate district size to a congressional district size, definitely remove Tustin and North Irvine, Placentia and Anaheim Hills, and also remove Cerritos. And I'd like to see if what that would look like from a congressional district size. And also, if you need to add some additional population to get to an adequate congressional district size, I would also then ask that you instead add in Stanton, which is down there. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just tagging on to Commissioner Akutagawa's request, I would ask that Fountain Valley be added. So we're dropping Anaheim Hills, we're dropping North Irvine, we're dropping Cerritos. Let's add Fountain Valley and then see where we are. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I just had a question. Is Artesia, is Cerritos going around Artesia, or is Artesia being, oh, that's how Cerritos is. Okay. I'm just going to go mute now.
My question is for the VRA team, for Mr. Becker, are we looking, I'm assuming that it's happening, but I'll just raise it in any case. Are we looking at these areas of Santa Ana, Garden Grove, Little Saigon for Asian and Latinx CVAP and VRA considerations? Can we also get Latinx and Asian CVAP in this district?
So I'll just answer I don't have the data in front of me right now, but my recollection is that these were absolutely areas we were looking for racially polarized voting, particularly amongst Asian communities. But if we haven't for some reason, I'll make sure that we do, because it's I can't confirm whether or not. I mean, this is obviously a large visualization that encompasses a very large area. I can't confirm whether or not there would be districts here under any of the Assembly, Senate, or congressional plans where minorities could comprise a majority of a district to satisfy Jingles 1. But we'll take a look at that and see. But I'm fairly certain we are looking at racially polarized voting in these areas, and I'll confirm that.
Thank you. And John or Andrew, did you guys have the CVAP for this district?
Yes, I do. The Hispanics or Latino CVAP is 35.1%. The non-Hispanic Black CVAP is 2.7%. And the non-Hispanic Asian CVAP here is 30%.
Thank you very much. Other commissioners want to weigh in on this, or are we prepared to move forward? Okay, John, back to you.
So the next set of maps will be starting on page 10 and going through page 14.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Andrew. Commissioner Sinai, did you want to jump in before we move forward?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of how Commissioner Fernandez kind of helped us understand the north and rural communities. I just what's the reason a lot of Southern California looks different or looks carved out and such is that it's all based on when they incorporated and who wanted to incorporate when into a city. And so it's not that things are carved out or not carved out. It's how they put together the Lego pieces at some point, if we want to go back to our Lego analogy. And so and people have really strong neighborhood identities. So they are very dense areas in Southern California, and people identify very strongly in certain places. And so even though we may just say, this little corner, it just doesn't make sense, that little corner may be 30,000 people, and they all identify as, whatever their name is. They give themselves, so I just wanted to put that out there, just like, we learned yesterday. It's a different mindset.
Thank you for that. Really important to remember that. Andrew and John, back to you.
Thank you. So this next visualization, also staying in Northern Orange County, but the next two are both entirely within Northern Orange County. As Andrew said, this is on page 10. This is population here is 354,766. And taking a look at this next visualization, the population here is 374,219. And Commissioner Sadwani, do you want me to continue with the next or pause here?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So next we're looking at the Santa Ana Anaheim area, and we have again two visualizations. This first visualization is 954,704. And this visualization, which consists just of the cities of Anaheim and Santa Ana and a portion connecting them, is 671,026 people.
Any comments on these couple of areas of North OC and Santa Ana, Anaheim? Commissioner Kutagawa?
Of course. I'm going to start with the map up at the top. It was mapped on page 10, which is the Buena Park Brea. No, sorry. Did we just go through that one? Okay. Sorry, I'm just... Okay, so I'd like to go back to page 10, which is the Buena Park Brea one. On that one, it's close. I want to just see a visualization that would include or add La Mirada and, if needed, East Whittier to see if we could get up to an assembly-sized district. Those are fairly similar in terms of the community type makeups there, at least in some of the kind of the housing and other, although there's some diversity there as well too. And then maybe Commissioner Sadwani, I'm going to stop here. It looks like Commissioner Fornachari might have a comment on this map.
You bet. Commissioner Fornashari?
No, actually, I was just going to ask for a new, different visualization, if that's okay. I'd like to see Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, kind of going south, east of the 55 there through Orange. No, the other one. Go a little south. Nope, the one in the middle by the E. I think that's 55, or I guess I should say the 55. What's east of the 55, and then down to Tustin, North Tustin, and Irvine kind of north of 405.
Great. Thank you for that. Yeah, I remember getting some testimony about those foothill communities. Anything more, Commissioner Fornashari, on that one? Nope. Commissioner Kutagawa, back to you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go to the next map, which is the Buena Park with Anaheim. Okay, so usually La Palma is oftentimes combined, or not combined, but affiliated with Buena Park. I think they're fairly close in terms of a lot of their work. So I'd like to see a visualization that would include La Palma. And then for additional, if additional population is needed, again, for a assembly-sized district, to incorporate in Stanton and that those little bits of unincorporated area next to Anaheim and in between Garden Grove, but not going into Garden Grove. I'd like to see if that might be possible to create an assembly-sized district there.
Did you have additional comments either on this map or another one?
I do have it on the next map, which would be the Anaheim Valley Santa Ana one. Yeah, that one. Okay. On this one, this just for the sake of seeing the visualization, I'd like to see Stanton added for a potential Senate district, and also adding La Palma, since Buena Park is also included, and I'd like to see if that would bring us up to a potential Senate district size. From a congressional district size, I would like to remove Costa Mesa. So a second visualization that would remove Costa Mesa from that. And I do believe
If I can ask a question?
yes.
Here on the eastern border, or where we're dividing Anaheim, there was some disagreements about whether to divide it along this road or divide it along this road in the public input. Do you have a preference?
I think one is the 57, the other one's the 55, I think.
Right.
Yeah, I think the 57 is the better dividing line.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'd like to see if we just remove Costa Mesa. I know that I have some other suggestions in terms of another one that would include Westminster and Fountain Valley, but I just thought I'd just start from here to see what this visualization would look like. And that would be for potential congressional district size.
I think you can continue, Commissioner Kutagawa. I don't see
Okay.
any other hands.
Thank you. Then let's go to the next map. Actually, can we just go back to that one? I'm sorry, I might as well just use that as my basis then that way. So on this particular visualization, I'd like to request another visualization that would include that portion of Anaheim that's in there. That would also include Stanton, Garden Grove, which is already included, Westminster, Fountain Valley, and I definitely remove Costa Mesa. And I think this is the part where I'm going to need some, I think I just need to see it a little bit closer. I know we also got some COI testimony on this too. Santa Ana is a pretty diverse area, but I know that I believe I saw some COI testimony that also stated that the western part of Santa Ana is more heavily Asian versus the eastern part of Santa Ana is more heavily Latino. I don't know if it makes sense to split Santa Ana, to be honest, in this. There is, I think, a lot of communities that in this particular area with the cities that I've asked for, that is a combination of, I think, probably similar populations of both Latinos and also Asians. So for right now, I guess I'll just say, let's just keep Santa Ana whole. And then perhaps depending on what the numbers are, maybe, we'll have to look at perhaps splitting Santa Ana, but then it gets a little awkward with the other cities. So I think it'll just help to just see this for right now. And I know it's the same for Anaheim too, so I just want to acknowledge that.
Great.
Should I just move on? Commissioner
Sinai had a hand raised. Commissioner Sinai, you want to jump in before we move forward?
Yeah, thank you. I completely agreed with the Costa Mesa. That's why I had raised it and then lowered it. But I did, based on what I was thinking along the same lines you were, and thus I was, I wanted to see, is all of Orange, the city of Orange, not Orange County, the city of Orange, is it all in this visualization or has it been cut? Oh, it's not even in there, okay.
Yeah, none of Orange is in this.
Okay. See, I always think of the city of Orange, Anaheim, and Santa Ana kind of together because all the service providers and all the, a lot of the county services and stuff are all there. So I would be curious to have a visualization that includes the city of Orange as well. Wait, now we're getting even, taking out Costa Mesa and then adding the city of Orange, but that's still going to be huge. Okay, let's skip that for right now and let me ask a different question, which is what is the CVAP for this one right here?
Just one moment. So for the visualization we're looking at right now, the Latino CVAP is 42.1%. The non-Hispanic Black CVAP is 2.5%. The non-Hispanic Asian CVAP is 24.1%. And the non-Hispanic Indigenous CVAP is 0.5%.
Thank you. Okay. So let's just move forward and I'll see if there's another visualization or if I have to request one.
Commissioner Vasquez, you want to jump in on this conversation?
Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure. I lost track a little bit of Commissioner Kutagawa's, so apologies if this was one of her visualizations, but I would like to see a visualization that removes Costa Mesa and adds Fountain Valley and Westminster. Yeah, that's it for now.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Kutagawa, you have additional direction?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to go to the next map, which is the Anaheim Santa Ana one, which I think reflects part of what Commissioner Sinai was asking about. On this particular one, I would like to see if we removed Anaheim that is east of the 57. So basically, well, yeah, east of the 57. I'd like to start there and see what that would bring the numbers down to. I'm thinking about, would that get to an assembly district size? So that's one idea there. If we needed to Yeah, I'd like to just see those two for right now. I guess maybe if you needed to, if you removed that, yeah. Okay, no, I'll just stop there. I think visualization, that would remove Anaheim Hills, so anything east of the 57 freeway.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, can I have the CVAP data on this one, please?
Yes, just one moment. So with this visualization we're looking at right now, the Latino CVAP is 49.9%. The non-Hispanic Black CVAP is 2.7%. The non-Hispanic Asian CVAP is 18.5%. And the non-Hispanic Indigenous CVAP is 0.4%.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez, did you have any additional follow-up?
No, thank you.
No problem. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you. So I would like to see if it's possible to create a VRA congressional district here. But I agree with what Commissioner Kutagawa said, to take out the Anaheim Hills. And then I would add Orange. And I believe all of Santa Ana is in this one right now, correct? Okay.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Yeah, so if we add Orange and the Anaheim Valley and Santa Ana, I'd be curious in that visualization if it gets closer to a congressional district or a Senate district, and if it gets close to a VRA district.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I would be curious, maybe to piggyback on what Commissioner Sinai just asked for, perhaps adding Orange. It might not be enough. It might have to be all of it. But I was just thinking adding the portion of Orange that is west of the 57. And then perhaps also incorporating in, from a congressional district perspective, that unincorporated area that's above Garden Grove, yes. And then also, again, for population, looking at Stanton for a congressional district, if population is needed.
So I think you meant west of the 55.
No, I meant west of the 57 freeway. Just that portion, because the other portion, they start to get more similar in characteristic to Anaheim Hills, North Tustin.
But that's 55 running right through the middle of Orange.
Oh, that's right. My bad. Sorry. Yes, that is the 55. 57 is on the other side, so west of the 55.
Okay, great.
Teamwork is dream work.
Trying to figure out order here. Commissioner Sinai, do you want to jump back in? No. Commissioner Fernandez?
I just had a clarification for Commissioner Kutagawa. Is Villa or Via Park right in the middle of Orange? So would we include that as well? Where would they go? Because it's not. It'd have to be.
Well, if we split Orange along the freeway, the 55, then the other portion, I would suggest something that would align them with Anaheim Hills and North Tustin and North Irvine.
Okay, so, and then Commissioner Sinai said to add Orange. So did you mean just partial Orange or olive Orange?
Olive Orange, but I agree with everything Commissioner Kutagawa said. If we need, if we're playing with numbers, then yes, I would separate out the west and the east and include Via Via Park with the east.
Okay, but if we have to include all of Orange, then I would assume we would need to have Via Park included as well. right?
Correct.
Okay, just want to clarify that piece.
As I'm drawing these visualizations, if there's a city which entirely encompasses another, I'll include it to make sure it's contiguous, if that's not specified otherwise.
Thank you.
Midway City would be another example of that, where it's by and large encompassed by Westminster.
Commissioner Kitagawa?
Yeah, I'd like to move on to the next map if it's possible.
Yep, and we can move on. And just a reminder, we're up against a break at 11 a.m. 10 minutes.
So this will be starting on page 16, the Westminster area.
And we have 4 visualizations here in this area. This first one has a population of 381,029 people. The next visualization, which is fairly similar, has a population of 329,395 people. This next visualization has a population of 137,454 people. And this one's on slide 18. And then the next one, which is on page 19, it's a bit larger. This one has a population of 654,251 people.
Commissioner Fernandez, did you have a hand or was that from before? No problem. Commissioner Kitagawa.
The map that you just showed, the Westminster Garden Grove Anaheim, I think we've asked this, but this specific one, now that we're actually seeing it, and I think we actually asked for it in the other request that we just made, is Mr. Becker or Grand Poobah Becker, is this something that you're looking at as a potential VRA district?
Yes, so this area, we've continued to look, this is an area we've continued to look at. So the answer is yes, we've got, we've been looking at the demographics of this data. And again, my recollection, I don't have the actual information in front of me right now, but I have a pretty strong recollection that we are running racially polarized voting analysis in this area. So we'll have more information for you to consider with regard to potential VRA compliance here.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just thinking about to get it up to a congressional district number. If we add all of Santa Ana, I'm just a little concerned that it's going to take it up above the deviation, the standard deviation, and which I think we need to be as close to 760,066 as possible for the congressional district. Again, I think I'd like to, is this a visualization with some direction to the line drawers that I can give? We need to look at the COI data and to review the portions of Santa Ana that were given to us in terms of COI data around what portions may be more, I'm going to say heavily or more clearly Asian that could then be incorporated. Okay. Oh, thank you. You already have it. Wow, you are so fast.
Right. So this was incorporated into Westminster GG, which is on page 16. So this portion here of Santa Ana, that's based on some community of interest input, but there's of course disagreement about where exactly to draw that line. But that's one example of where some folks drew that line.
And what is that number?
Oh, so
is that the 654?
Sorry. No. So this is what I have here is one of the other visualizations which does incorporate that portion. So they're overlapping. So this is, I'm not drawing a district live here. I'm just showing you where that line was drawn in another visualization, which is if you wanted to add in that area, I can add that portion of Santa Ana.
And
yeah.
Commissioner, we can add parts of Santa Ana, such per your direction, adding in COIs to see if we can get to a number that's close to the congressional district.
Yes, that would be great, because now I just realized that this portion has Stanton and Anaheim in it as well too. It would be, yeah, I'd like to see what it would look like if we could get it up to a congressional district level with portions of Santa Ana.
Certainly.
That's my only comment on these maps.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
On that map, the Westminster Garden Grove, yeah, Anaheim. What is a CVAP?
The Latino CVAP is 31.2%. The non-Latino Black CVAP is 2.3%. The non-Latino Asian CVAP is 35.2%. And the non-Latino Indigenous CVAP is 0.5%.
Thank you.
Additional follow-up, Commissioner Sinai?
Well, I was trying to think through how to add, I think the Santa Ana, that portion of Santa Ana is important, and I know, this one has Anaheim, and I know parts of Anaheim are part of the Little Saigon, but parts of it aren't. And so I was just, I think I would use kind of the community of interest, and be, kind of as we're thinking about a potential VRA, listening to what we've heard from the community, we've received input again, is just being careful not to end up cracking, I guess, or, the Latino vote and all the votes are very diverse, and not just making assumptions, because this area, Santa Ana, Orange County, Buena Park, all of this area is, Garden Grove, is very diverse and has so many different communities, unlike other, and as Commissioner Sedwani has told us, the Asian vote is not monolithic, and so, but we can't go into the diversity of them. We don't have the data to go into the diversity of the Asian vote. And so that makes that more, even another layer of complexity when doing VRA. So I just want to make sure that as we're looking at this, to look at all the possibility of VRA in different, using the different minority communities that are present.
Yeah, and I had raised my hand on this one as well, along a similar notion. And I mean, my thought here, I know these neighborhoods, but I don't know them at the street level very well. I mean, my sense, obviously, we're seeing a high Asian CVAP and a high Latino CVAP here. And I think that's where, my largest question from a VRA standpoint is, are we going to have obligations to both communities? If so, my guess, and this is just a guess because I'm not looking at the raw data in front of me, but that we take in that piece of Santa Ana that was included in COI testimony, probably breaking Anaheim along possibly the 5. And then for an Asian district, I'm curious about potentially pulling up into Buena Park or even parts of Fullerton up here, if there are census blocks with larger proportions of Asian Americans. I certainly believe that to be true. And then on the other side of, Santa Ana, with the other side of the 5 freeway of Anaheim, possibly. And that portion of Orange there up to the 55, I believe it is. I'd be curious to see those two, and what our options are there. But I see that Mr. Becker has raised his hand and maybe has some additional guidance there.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to, I think, Commissioner Sinai's question about the diversity of the Asian community here. And we don't have really good, so we don't have access to a lot of data with regard to the diversity of that community demographically, but the racially polarized voting analysis will indicate whether there's some cohesion. And that will be, that'll be really important to assess this. As to whether or not this is an area where we're looking at it, as to whether or not Asians are large enough to meet the first shingles precondition again, and if not, whether or not there might be some coalition that is possible. Again, that would require not only Asian cohesion within itself, but Asian cohesion within itself plus cohesion with another minority group. in order for Voting Rights Act protection to come in. Now, there might be other communities of interest that can be considered here.
Great, thank you. And I'll just note, I know it often gets said the Asian American community is not a monolith, but actually many indications point to, over the last several election cycles, Asian Americans voting more cohesively. So I think that there's a potential opportunity here to think about the Asian American community in new ways. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you. So on this particular map, I think I just wanted to also add in Anaheim, I want to just say that we should be careful about where and how we split Anaheim, because I also want to note that there is a substantial Arab American community, and they do have a section of the community that is called Little Arabia. So I do want to just note that. And I think Anaheim is, my sense is, in driving through Anaheim, I think there are smaller pockets of distinct communities, but the communities of both the Asian and the Latino communities, my sense is tends to be a little bit more interwoven than, say, in Santa Ana, where there are some distinct and large pockets of communities that are very distinctly Asian and distinctly Latino. So I just want to be careful about that. But also, again, noting that there is a significant Arab American community in Anaheim that I think we need to also be careful not to split, and to really think about how they get included as well, too. So I just wanted to note that. I do know that we need to go to a break. I did lie on not having a comment on another maps in this grouping, and so I think maybe what I'll do is I'll just stop here, because I think some of this other conversation that we've had may give us the starting point for some of the comments that I wanted to make on, it was the map on page 16. So I think, Chair Sadwani, I'm going to just stop.
Thank you. Yes, we are over time for break. So with that, we will go to our mandatory 15-minute break. We will be back. It's 11:02. So why don't we be back at 11:18 so we get the full 15 minutes. Thanks. Great. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We continue our discussion of visualizations for Southern California. In particular, we left off talking about Orange County and the Westminster, Santa Ana areas. And I believe Commissioner Sinai had a comment. Commissioner Sinai?
Oh, yes, I do remember my comment. I'm like, where is my sticky? I write them down during break. I just wanted to say the one reason that I keep going back to Santa Ana, the city of Orange, and Anaheim Valley is those three community cities are considered kind of parts of Buena Park, but mainly Anaheim, are considered some of the lowest income communities in Orange County, where there's a lot of collaborative work happening with funders and neighborhood groups and such. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that's partially why I keep going back to those three, is that I know that they're working very hard to help the community collaboratively.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Sinai. Any additional comments on that set of visualizations we had just looked at? If not, John and Andrew, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. So shifting to the south, we're going to talk about Central Orange County now, and these visualizations start on slide number 21, page number 21. And so this first one's larger. This was a number of communities that were described by a caller. A commissioner requested a visualization based on this. One thing I'll just note with this visualization was that the caller in a few places mentioned communities around the schools in some of these cities, such as Fullerton, but they didn't specify where to draw that line, so I just included the entirety of that city. And the population here is 1,449,457. Taking a look at the next visualization here. The population on this visualization was 483,810 on this orange and Tustin visualization. This is on page 17, or I'm sorry, page 22. For this next visualization, which would be on page 23, the population was 689,619. And then for the last visualization in this grouping, the population here is 319,991, and this is on page 24.
Great, thank you so much. Commissioner Sinai, comments on this set of visualizations?
Yes, thank you. I think, and I could be wrong, on the visualization for caller 501004, for some reason I thought he had said look at the three different, look at the coast, inland this way, and then also the foothills. And I know we have kind of all three of those visualizations, but that's where that caller was coming from. I was looking at 20, sorry, I'm trying to make sure I'm going in the right direction. 22, the orange Tustin one. Someone using our form asked us on this visualization if we could please include Yorba Linda and Placentia. And then I wanted another visualization just because I understand what Commissioner Akutagawa was saying, so maybe part of orange goes in this one. But I was thinking Tustin, Costa Mesa, Irvine, Lake Forest, and then maybe part of orange, east of the 55.
Very good. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, thank you. My apologies. I'm going to just jump back to that other map. It's on page 16. It's the Westminster Garden Grove one. I realized that on that one, it's at a level where it could possibly be a assembly district, and it excludes Anaheim. I would like to see what the numbers could become if we were to add Stanton to that. Would it grow enough? I don't think it will, but I was just curious about that. That would be one question I would have. And then it looks like there's a little corner next to Garden Grove that intersects with the 5 and the 405. And if we could also incorporate a little bit of that unincorporated area as well, too, as well as some of that unincorporated area that goes into Anaheim as well, too, right up above Garden Grove.
You're referring to this area here? This is a part of
That's
Orange?
one.
The
and
city
then
of Orange?
Yeah, and then do you see that other unincorporated
Okay,
area?
yep.
Yeah, in that part, too. I just, a little bit of piecemealing here to see if we could get it up to an assembly district size. It might not be enough, but I'm just curious as to how that would be. And then I think we've had discussions about some of the other ones. I would like to go to the map that Commissioner Sinai was talking about, which is the caller 50 one, and that's on page 21. And I'd like to, I know that is the foothills, or the inland parts. I'd like to offer up perhaps a different kind of visualization that I'd like to request, partly because I think adding Santa Ana, Anaheim, Buena Park to this mix isn't necessarily, especially going all the way down to Laguna Niguel and San Juan Capistrano. Interesting visualization here. So I'd like to request a visualization that would be orange, olive orange, Villa Park, Anaheim Hills, So again, anything west of the 57 that would include Anaheim, Placentia, Yorba Linda, what is all of the Cleveland National Forest, including Silverado, Williams Canyon, and Modjeska. Yeah, that whole entire area there, as well as dipping into San Bernardino with Chino Hills and Chino. And this could possibly be a congressional district. And again, Commissioner or Chair Sadwani, I am happy to see if anyone else has any other comments on this map before I move on. I have some other comments on the other maps that were presented.
It looks like Commissioner Anderson might want to get in there. You're on.
Thank you. I'd like what Commissioner Kutagawa said, but I'd like to see that without Chino and Chino Hills. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. And if a little bit more is needed, I'd rather go down to that. We have, she said Modjeska and also Trabuco Canyon. Yeah, a little bit further down that way. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Seeing no others, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. Again, on the next map, which is on page 22, it is the Orange Tustin map. And from an assembly district size perspective, I'd like to see a district, if we were to incorporate in Anaheim Hills, would that get us to a closer number that would be within the standard deviation for an assembly district? Yeah, getting closer to 494. So just to see what it would look like to add Anaheim Hills to this mix.
Very good.
And then also on this same map, I'd also be curious to see, as it is now, if we were to incorporate in all of those Cleveland National Forests, unincorporated areas, as well as Silverado, Williams Canyon, and Modjeska in this map as well too. What would the numbers look like?
Very good. I saw Commissioner Fornashari with a hand raised. Did you want to jump in on this map?
No, I was going to ask for exactly what Commissioner Kutagawa just asked for, just going east from there. Thanks.
Perfect. Commissioner Kutagawa, any more before we move on? And
Yes,
I think
thank
the
you.
next, oh, yes, you do. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yes. I will raise my hand just so that I'm official. Okay, I would like to see, going to map number, on page 24, it's the rural Cleveland Forest map. And I would like to see a visualization that would incorporate the remaining part of Cleveland National Forest. I know it means crossing over into the San Diego border, but from a just a management perspective of the wild, just that particular forest area. Although I know it doesn't necessarily affect state, there is, I'm sure, a lot of state coordination. So I would be interested to see what that number would look like. Also, to get it up to perhaps a assembly district size, including that portion that does dip into San Diego, I'd also like to add in, actually going north into Anaheim Hills. Because I know that they do face some of the same wildfire kinds of dangers up in that area. So that could possibly become an assembly district size. And then for the sake of population, I will ask that the line drawers also look at perhaps, if needed, go into Yorba Linda for this particular one, just to see what that would look like. And that may even take you into some of that unincorporated area that's just below Brea. So that's staying within at least Orange County and San Diego. And then I'd like to, on this same one, I'd like to also request another visualization that would include all of this, including the Cleveland National Forest that would go into San Diego, and a visualization that would also incorporate in parts of Riverside. So that would be like Lakeland Village, Lake Elsinore, Warm Springs, Temescal Valley, and then using your discretion in terms of, or I'll say to be more precise, moving further north past Temescal Valley, perhaps that unincorporated area that's below El Cerrito, that green area that says El Cerrito. Yeah, and then continuing to move north if you need more population to add in what looks like Corona. And if you need to, El Cerrito as well too, for population, and that would be for possibly an assembly district, although it may, with all those cities, it may even go towards a congressional district as well too. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Sinai.
I have to say, Commissioner Kutagawa, you're really good at reading a lot of our minds, so thank you. Every once in a while, I feel like I just want to say, yes, I agree, just so that people know that, yeah, that we're listening. And I think the idea of going into San Diego with the Cleveland Forest, it makes sense, and it's a national forest. And I had also put Anaheim Hills on that just because I know when the fires hit, it hits all that area. I had a very unconventional thought. I was thinking along the lines of federal. Never mind. I'm going to step back from my unconventional thought. My unconventional thought was if you looked at the Cleveland National Forest and Camp Pendleton kind of all together because it's all national. But then I remembered what I told you all, that when it comes to military bases, there's so much state that is involved and local communities that are involved in helping military families. Military families don't live on bases anymore. And that's why I'm stepping back from that original idea. But I did have that, thinking on a congressional level, could we create a congressional, but I don't want to work against what military families need, which is local congressional members, local state and folks also being engaged. I guess you could do both by creating different assemblies. So that was one thought I had, was creating one big.
Very good. Commissioner Anderson, I do want to also just be cautious of our time. We have plenty of time. However, we do still have quite a lot more to get through today.
Yeah, I just want to say I like the idea and of federal areas. We should be kind of looking with a little bit of a congressional district eye. That does not mean we cannot also then cover them with assembly or senate districts to get our local representation in. But I really like that idea because, clearly they have a federal need. And so I would recommend adding Camp Pendleton to the what everyone's been mentioned, and even keep that in mind in a few other areas too. Thank you.
A request for visualization, since I didn't say that earlier. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. A request for visualization to add Camp Pendleton and Anaheim Hills and whatever Commissioner Kutagawa said to try to make it a congressional district.
If I can just ask one clarifying question about that. When you referred, for Commissioner Kutagawa, when you referred to keeping, for example, Cleveland National Forest whole for these portions that are in Riverside, are you asking for those portions to be included? You were just saying San Diego?
Okay, I'll jump in. Yes, I was talking
Okay,
about in
perfect,
Riverside.
thank you.
And just for clarification, for the visualizations that I did request, would you also include the portion that is in Riverside as well, too? I just realized that the Cleveland National Forest actually goes into 3 different counties, so that would, let's just keep that also whole. And I want to support what Commissioner Sinai said about adding Camp Pendleton.
Thank you.
Commissioners Anderson and Sinai, did either of you have additional comments? No. Okay. Commissioner Kutagawa? Oh. Any more before we move on? All right, John and Andrew, it looks like we are ready to start moving towards Riverside County with the orange and Riverside.
Thank you.
If that's the direction we're going.
So we just have one, we'll next talk about the Orange County coast, but before we do that, we do have just one visualization which does overlap between Orange County and Riverside counties, which is on page 26, it looks like.
Yes.
And so the population here is 129,219. There was just this visualization that overlapped between the two, and then I can go directly to the coast, or I can pause here if there were commissioners that wanted to talk about this one.
It looks like we can go on. And I know
All right.
there's a lot of interest in the Orange County coast.
So there are a few different visualizations along the coast. I'm going to start with the visualizations that are on the north coast. I'll have a couple on this, one that shows the entirety of the coast, and then a south coast visualization. And I'm going to start just with the visualizations that only overlap with a little bit of Los Angeles or are only entirely contained within Orange County. So there'll be a couple more that overlap with San Diego, but I'll pause before getting to those. So this first visualization,
And this is page 28.
is 330,152 people. This next visualization, which is on page 29, is 309,796 people. This next visualization, which is on page 30, is 511,722 people. This next visualization, which just adds Cyprus to the preceding visualization. And then here we have a visualization which encompasses the entirety of the coast, which is 431,488 people. And that's on page 32. And then I'll just have one South Coast visualization that does not cut into San Diego, but there are a couple later that do, which is 272,000 people, 503. 272,503 people. And this one's on page 33. So I'll pause there unless you want me to continue and show the ones that cut into San Diego as well.
It looks like there's some questions. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yes, I definitely have thoughts on this. I'm going to request some additional visualizations, starting with the first one that you showed on PDF page 28, which is the Long Beach North OC Coast. And I want to just also state that part, I know I requested this one because my intent or my thought was because of the Long Beach Marina having similarities with the marinas also, at least in, or the beach communities in Huntington Beach and Newport Beach. And on this particular visualization, I see that we are close to, or I'd like to see if we could get close to a number that would maybe create a assembly district. And so I'd like to ask adding all of Costa Mesa and adding Fountain Valley, just that is south of the 405. And also, I know that Westminster may not be happy, but I'm also going to ask that small little slivers that are along the 405 and anything south, it is different from the other portions of Westminster. I drive past that every day whenever I'm going home. So it is similar in terms of its makeup to the rest of the beach cities. And I'd like to see where we can get to in terms of numbers. If we need to also acquire more population to at least create a coast district, I'd like to see us add Laguna Beach to that number and see if that'll get us to at least an assembly district that will create a coast district. And I just want to also comment that, as many of you know, what has happened in Huntington Beach with the oil spill, and it has really brought home why, having a united voice along the coast is also really important too. So, but I also recognize that, the numbers may not justify like one entire, long assembly district, but I'll just say that for right now.
Commissioner Sinai.
Just on, I was looking at not at 28, but 29. So I'm not sure if Commissioner Akutagawa already went to 29. But on 29, I agree, that the oil spill kind of, it rings true. The ocean does go all the way down, though, through Camp Pendleton and San Diego, and so it's not. It is different than Los Angeles beaches, but the tides and all that. So, as one person had told us, my thought on 29 was to add Irvine west of the 405 and Costa Mesa. To see, and that didn't make that's not the full coast, but I do like the idea of looking at the full coast as one, and that would be number 32. And on that one, I kind of said the same thing. If we added Costa Mesa or Irvine west of the 405, because Irvine west of the 405 and Newport are kind of one and the same in a lot of ways. Costa Mesa, I think I'd say Irvine west of the 405 first, and then second Costa Mesa. That would be a visualization to add, sorry.
Thank you. I put my hand in the queue because I had thought that I had requested a visualization that had included Newport Beach, Laguna, Irvine, Tustin, possibly North Tustin. And then I realized, and I wasn't seeing it. And then I just went back and realized it's actually on page 23. So it wasn't included as coastal necessarily. So I don't recall, I didn't jump in the line at that point in time, but going back to that, I think it was under like Central OC or something instead of coastal. That one is already at 689. Those communities are very much connected, and would be curious to see Costa Mesa added to it if that direction wasn't already given. Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I'd like to just first start with a clarification from Commissioner Sinai. The visualization that you just requested, was that one based on 29, or was that one based on the visualization on page 32?
But it works for both. But yeah, I had it on 29 as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think this is going to be similar to the visualization that I just asked for. Again, maybe to add to the previous visualization that I asked for based on the one on page 29. Oh no, I take that back. It's going to be based on this one because it doesn't include Long Beach. This is just all Orange County. So on this particular one, I'd like to add Costa Mesa. I'd like to add Fountain Valley south of the 405. I'd like to add the portions of Westminster that are south of the 405. I'd like to also add Irvine south of the 405. And then I'd also like to add up to Laguna Beach. And also, I would like to add, I think on this particular one, I'm going to ask for Aliso Viejo and Laguna Niguel to also be added. And then to go jump up so that stays relatively coastal. But on this, I'm going to add a little bit of a wrinkle. I'm going to ask that we go back up to the north and we add Rossmore, because Rossmore kind of straddles both LA and Orange County, but they also have close relationships with Seal Beach as well too, not just Los Al. They're kind of in the middle between Los Al and Seal Beach, so. And that would be one visualization.
Very good. Did you have additional thoughts, Commissioner Cutillo?
Yes, I do. Can we go to the next one? Okay, can you zoom in on the Aliso Viejo area? This might actually this might actually be what I just requested. No, it doesn't include Laguna Niguel. Okay. Yeah, it has and it doesn't have Cyprus. Okay. All right. I think on this one, okay, just to get the numbers down, can we remove Rossmore from this one just to see what the numbers would be on this one if we remove okay, that one has. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay, can you go to the one before that, the one without Cyprus? Yes, thank you. If you remove Los Alamitos and Rossmore, I'd like to see what the numbers would be. So I'd like a visualization that would be this without Rossmore and Los Alamitos. And if you need to stay within the assembly district numbers, that will be then the visualization. No, leave Rossmore in there if you need the population, but remove Los Alamitos, and let's see what we'll get down to. The other one I know had other cities down at the south. And then for the one that's after that, I guess, the green one, yeah, with Cyprus. I would like to remove Cyprus from this, leaving Los Alamitos, Rossmore in. What would it be if we went all the way down to the San Diego border? I'd like to see a visualization that would include all of then the coastal Orange County, Laguna Niguel, San Juan Capistrano, Dana Point, and San Clemente. So it's essentially the next map, I think the all coastal map. But it's adding Rossmore and Los Alamitos. It would also, I'd like to also add Costa Mesa. San Juan Capistrano and Laguna Niguel to this visualization. And then also that would be Aliso Viejo, if they're not included, include Aliso Viejo and Laguna Woods, which is that little orange spot right above, yeah, right there. Also include all of Irvine. I mean, not all of Irvine, sorry. Irvine south of the 405, include Costa Mesa, include Fountain Valley south of the 405, and include Westminster south of the 405. I'd like to see if we could get that up to a congressional district. And then one more last one, Chair, if you don't mind. It's on the last map for Orange County Coast. And this is just the south coast portion. I'd like to, next map, which is on page 33 of the PDF. Yeah, that's just the south coast now. So these are the more coastal. I'd like to add Laguna Woods to this visualization, or I'd like to request a visualization that would add Laguna Woods, add Laguna Hills, add Mission Viejo, add Ladera Ranch, add Rancho Mission Viejo. I'd like to see if we could get that up to a assembly district with those, And if you need to, for more population, add Las Flores. And also add the border or that unincorporated area that includes Crystal Cove State Park up to the border of Newport Beach and Irvine, if that could create an assembly district. And then for a congressional district, I would be interested in seeing another visualization that would include all of what I just requested and additionally include Coto de Caza, Rancho Santa Margarita, Lake Forest, Tribuco Canyon, Modjeska, Williams Canyon, Silverado, and all of the Cleveland National Forest, which does also include the portion that dips into Riverside and the portion that dips into San Diego for a congressional district. And that would exclude Irvine. Thank you.
Thank you. I had seen Commissioner Kennedy's hand up earlier. I just wanted to acknowledge and see if you wanted to jump back in there.
Thanks. It was actually to ask Commissioner Akutagawa for clarification on the visualizations that she was requesting based on the visualizations on pages 30 and 31. I noticed that those included Westminster south of the 405, but not Fountain Valley south of the 405. And I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on her directions on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it should include Fountain Valley south of the 405.
Very good. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Can I get the CVAPs for 30, 32, and 33? And unfortunately, I forgot my notes at home, but I believe I remember hearing a few input for the southern coast saying we're very different from the northern. So I'd be very interested to see what the CVAP differences are. So if you could give me that information, that'd be great. Thank you.
Just one moment, I'll pull that up. For this current visualization that we're looking at, which is page 30, the CVAP figures are Latino CVAP 14.9%, non-Latino Black CVAP 2%, non-Latino Asian CVAP 11.3%, and non-Latino Indigenous CVAP 0.8%.
Any additional? Oh, sorry.
For this next visualization, which is 32, page 32, I believe.
Yes.
The Latino CVAP is 12.3%. The non-Latino Black CVAP is 1.5%. The non-Latino Asian CVAP is 9.6%. And the non-Latino Indigenous CVAP is 0.9%. And finally, for this visualization, for page 32, or 33 rather, the Latino CVAP figure is 14%. The non-Latino Black percentage is 1.7%. The non-Latino Asian CVAP is 8.7%, 8.6%. And the non-Latino indigenous CVAP is 0.7%.
Thank you.
I wanted to go back to the visualization on page 33. I actually agreed with Commissioner Okutagawa's ideas here for an additional visualization extending out into the Cleveland National Forest, Trabuco Canyon, Coto de Caza, etc. But what I would like to see in terms of next steps is thinking about that visualization with those inclusions, along with the visualization we looked at on page 23. And I think there's some overlap right now in how those two are considered. I think Laguna Beach, Laguna Niguel are in both of them. So I'd like to see what our options might be to, if those potentially were side by side, having Laguna Beach and Laguna Niguel stay with that southern coast portion. Thank you. Oh yeah, can we look at that one more time? And so having the test into Laguna include Costa Mesa and taking out some of those parts of Laguna Beach potentially, and having Laguna Beach stay with the southern ones. So I'd like to see those two kind of both extended outward, and see what our possibilities might be with those. Thank you. Other commissioners want to weigh in here? Otherwise, I think we are heading southward to OC San Diego and further down to San Diego. John and Andrew?
Correct. These next few visualizations do still have a little bit of overlap with Orange County, and they'll be moving down the coast with San Diego. So starting on page 35. This first visualization has a population of 485,639 people. The next visualization on page 36 has a population of 754,510 people. And the last visualization in this grouping has a population of 461,920, and this one's on page 37. And I can pause there if you'd like, otherwise there's a few more that continue down the coast or in this general area but are entirely within San Diego.
I'm not seeing any hands, so let's continue down, and then we'll come back to these. Okay, now I'm seeing some hands, but why don't we continue down, and then we can come back and think about all of these together.
Chair,
Okay.
I have to step away. Can I make my comment now?
Sure. Yes. What time do you need to step away, Commissioner?
Actually, I should be stepping away now, but
Got it.
I
Okay.
figure it'd just be
Yeah.
easier if I could just give my comments now, and then I need to step away.
Very good.
I'd like to comment on the first map, the South Coast OC plus San Diego. I would like to remove Laguna Beach and Dana Point from this and instead add Rancho Mission Viejo, Ladera Ranch, and the Cleveland National Forest above Camp Pendleton, and all of the Cleveland National Forest that is also above in the Orange County area. I'd just like to see what that might look like. It'd just be, again, kind of along the ideas of what Commissioner Sinai was saying, combining the National Forest with Camp Pendleton, which is a federal, kind of entity. And then if additional population is needed, I would also ask that we dip into that unincorporated area that's below Murrieta, and then also see what it would look like to also include Fallbrook, Bonsall, and Vista in a larger area. And I do acknowledge that it would also leave San Clemente and parts of the San Diego, Orange County border together in this potential visualization. And if I could go to the next map. On this one, I'd like to just see what it would look like to just keep it as a completely San Diego visualization, so remove San Clemente altogether. I do understand that there are families that live on both sides of the Orange County and San Diego border, but I would like to see what it would look like. And then to gain the additional population to add in that unincorporated area that is next to Vista below Bonsall. Yes, thank you. And if additional population is needed, perhaps add Escondido as well too.
And just to clarify, you said you want this to be entirely San Diego. Do you want to remove Temecula as well?
I didn't realize it included that. Yes, let's take out Temecula from this. And then last one would be the Camp Pendleton, Dana Point, Carlsbad. Yeah, on this one, I'd like to just remove Bonsall and Fallbrook from this, and if we need more population, to add in Vista. And then if we need to add in more population still, I would like to ask that we add in San Juan Capistrano and see what that would look like in terms of a potential assembly district. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, I was, moving on. So, let's see, on the first map, I thought this was an interesting, again, I love these visualizations because it helps us think differently. I did like what Commissioner Akutagawa said for this one, but I would take out Carlsbad. Carlsbad and Oceanside, as we've heard from the communities of interest, consider themselves very different. But Oceanside, Vista, and El Cajon, Escondido are closer, but I liked how she had grouped them, but I would just take out Carlsbad. Does anyone else have one on that one before? I think it works easier when we kind of stick to one map versus keep shifting around.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Commissioner Fornashari might want to weigh in on that.
I was just wondering what it would look like if we just sort of surrounded Camp Pendleton with San Clemente and the kind of, what's the blue-gray one there? That one.
Rancho Mission Viejo.
Whatever, okay, and then Fallbrook and Oceanside. And just see what that looked like, please.
Do you want the unincorporated areas right by there too?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Just to start with, we could fill in, as we go if this one makes sense. Thanks.
Great. Thanks for that. Commissioner Sinai, did you have more to add here?
On another map, so if people still have comments.
Okay. I'm assuming Commissioner
Linda's gone, so I don't know.
Okay.
Right. Can Christian, can you lower her hand so we don't confuse ourselves? Okay, so I think we finished map 35. On map 36, I had looked at this visualization a little different than Commissioner Akutagawa, and I wanted to see if on the east border, if we could just move everything kind of to the 15, kind of using the 15. So there's some of the unincorporated area, I think, that hasn't been taken in. So that was the main piece that I thought might help us get to the numbers. If I could have that visualization, sorry. Anybody have anything on this one? Neil has something.
Yeah.
Neil, do you have some, Commissioner Fernashari, do you have something? Okay. And then on 37, I think Commissioner Akutagawa kind of said this same thing. It works well, I guess, with Dana Point and San Clemente. I would include Vista, and then I think that's between Bonsai going up, I think that's unincorporated area. So, and then it might just look like the map right before, but yeah, incorporate all that, and then the unincorporated, that white spot right there was what I was looking at for visualization for here. Thank you.
If I can just clarify very quickly, you're saying the area to the north as well here and
Yes.
west of the 15? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Great, thank you. John and Andrew, do you want to continue down into San Diego?
Certainly.
And just as a quick time check, we will go to lunch at 12:45. 12:45.
Sorry, one quick thing. Did we do 37? Okay. I've got Commissioner Kutagawa has a comment. And she'd like to remove La Quinta to see if we can get to an assembly district on, no, I'm sorry, on 37. Right, yeah, wrong one. Remove Lake Arrowhead, Running Springs, and Big Bear section.
That's
different set. Got it. Thank you.
I say, wow, that's going to be a humongous district if Lake Arrowhead is with Carlsbad and Dana Point. All right, I think we can continue on.
All right, these next are northern San Diego, some coastal, some not. So starting on page 40 here, the population of this district, or this visualization rather, is 244,886 people. The population of this next visualization is 648,574 people. And the population of this visualization is 345,238 people. And this one's on page 42. And Commissioner Sedwani, do you want me to pause there or continue with the...
Yep, it looks like Commissioner
Sure.
Sinai has a comment.
Again, thank you for these visualizations because it also helps me see how not clear I am. And it helps me on. So on page 40, on the Camp Pendleton and Fallbrook one, I wanted to see what the visualization would look like if to the northeast, if we went all the way to the Riverside boundary. On the east, if we went down the 15, and if need be, take in all of Rainbow and all of Temecula, and then use 78 kind of as the border at the south. So making it, just kind of filling in the holes right there. Then does anyone else have any comments on this one, or should I go to the next one?
You can go ahead.
Okay. On 41, sorry, I'm going to take off my glasses so I can read my notes. For a congressional district, So whenever I mentioned Rancho Santa Fe, that also, I should have also included Fairbank Ranch. So, and if you, for a congressional district, I would add Carmel Valley. So if you go to the 56, yeah, kind of just that, if you just take the 56 and go all the way to, let's see, that, close that loop up right there, and add that in. And then I would add the triangle for 805, 52, and 5. And then I would add Sorrento Valley, which would be kind of, so it's the first exit one on the 805. I don't know if we can go in that, it's, yes. So I think it would be kind of Mira Mesa Boulevard, but I'm just trying to think of where to end it on the east. So go, okay, there's, wait, no, Mira Mesa, so it's the one above that, the first exit. Thank you. I think, so funny how I drive this all the time and now I'm like, where would it end? Okay, go to the east a little bit because now we're going into another community. Oh, sorry, the west, the other east. All right, and then, yeah, I'd probably, Camino Santa Fe, I'd probably cut Sorrento Valley there. And so I would, for a congressional district, I would see if that would all work. So going on Mira Mesa Boulevard to Camino Santa Fe, that was going up north-south, yeah. Add that to the visualization on 41.
So you want the portion here going east from 805 on Mira Mesa until we reach, you said Camino Santa Fe?
Yeah, and
And then going north
and
and incorporating the portion to the west of that?
Yeah.
Okay. There might be a little bit of trouble here with this area, but I'll certainly have a go at that. And then
Yeah,
just
that's
one
with the land.
clarification. In the previous request for visualization, you asked for, I think this is UC San
Yeah,
Diego to be
that's-
excluded, but you want that to be included now?
Yeah, no, that's an interesting question. I keep going back and forth on that one. I have that, I am thinking about it for another visualization with it out, so if we can include it here, because if we just include it, it won't work. So let's include it here.
Okay, thank you.
But I did see that you saw that, so that you did that, so thank you. Anyone have anything on this one before I go to 42?
Looks like it's all yours.
Sorry. So on this one, again, Rancho Santa Fe and Fairbanks Ranch all together. Carmel Valley, which was that 56 going up that we talked about before. And then the 805 triangle and 52, yeah. And I thought, just to see if that gets us closer to the numbers that we need for an assembly district. I think that's it for this group.
Could we go back to 41?
Who is that, Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, but I'm Commissioner Kutagawa right now.
Is that because Commissioner Kutagawa is asking you to do that, or?
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, got it, okay.
She sent me a few notes and asked me to do it, but, yes, anyway. On 41, she's saying if we could add Escondido, Harmony Grove, Elfin Forest, for possibly populations for a congressional district. And if needed, added Bonsall too. Bonsall. And then on 42, because we were just doing that one as well, if you can include the unincorporated areas and Fairbanks Ranch from Encinitas to the 163 along the 805.
Does it say 163? Because 163 is south of that.
It does, let me see. Along 805. Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure she's talking about the, is that the 92, the 56? Yeah.
Commissioner Anderson, could you just state that again?
Yes. It was include the unincorporated areas and Fairbanks Ranch from Encinitas. And she says, oh, wait, and 163, which is up north, right? Oh, I'll say 163. Well, 163 to 805. Where's the 805? That's the 163? Yeah, okay, no, so I'm pretty sure instead of
I think what might be a better alternative is if Commissioner Kutagawa wants to just email directly to John and Andrew her comments and her preferences to see for visualizations. I understand she has a conflict and can't be here at this point, but I think this isn't the most effective use of our time, having her send things through you guys.
Chair, the only issue with that is it needs to be on the record somehow. So either if another commissioner does it or if she were to do it later, if she comes back, but somehow we'll need to have it publicly on the record at some point.
Sure, perhaps we could do it after lunch.
Or could we post it?
Does it help that she and I have been on the same page almost all day?
Right.
And so our visualizations are getting close.
Yeah, that one was a bit of a goof up, but you know, the others are pretty straightforward.
Chief Counsel Payne, do you have thoughts on this? I mean, if she emailed those, I mean, obviously must be texting or emailing them at this point to Commissioner Anderson. In any case, it's
the entire file. She has comments on each map, or not all of them, but she incorporated them into each map. So it's an entire file.
Chair, it's certainly within your discretion if you want to come back to this at some point. The only point about emailing is it also needs to be during a public meeting as well. So it's not that it can't be emailed, it's just that it needs to be in a public meeting first, or at least it needs to coincide with the direction during a public meeting because it's about line drawing.
It couldn't be posted.
You certainly can post, but communication about line drawing needs to occur during a public meeting.
I have not seen this before.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Anderson, what are you referring to?
That in terms of if it's a conflict, you know, these are her notes. Right now, I'm at her station.
So, to Commissioner Anderson's question, it's not a conflict. There's nothing wrong with it. Just needs to occur during a public meeting. So we could certainly do it later. We could come back to this. Commissioner Kutagawa could do it. Commissioner Anderson could do it. The critical point, though, it needs to occur during a public meeting because it's line drawing.
Sure. So my sense is let's continue moving, and when Commissioner Kutagawa gets back, she can read these off in public session. It seemed it seems like there's notes on there that perhaps are not entirely clear to others who might be trying to read them, which is going to take us additional time to try and figure out what she had on her mind. So I think when she comes back, do we have a sense of when she comes back? I wasn't aware of. I was vaguely aware that she was leaving. I don't recall her times.
No, we may want. Sorry about that.
Yes.
It's almost lunchtime, so we may want to adjourn early. I think she was going to come back after lunch.
Okay, so why don't we go till 12:30 then, and we'll hold off on any more of Commissioner Kutagawa's comments for now, and then we'll adjourn at 12:30 for an earlier lunch. That could make sense, and perhaps we can get through a little bit more of San Diego. Were there additional thoughts on the maps that have, or the visualizations that have been presented thus far? Commissioner Sinai? Is that a yes or is that a no? It's hard to say, see if you're trying to take it down or put it back up.
For some reason, yeah, it is. It's weird. It does both. No, because I think we've moved on. We're ready to move on to the next set of maps.
Great. Let's do that then, John and Andrew, if we can move on.
Certainly.
Thank you.
The next two visualizations are primarily in San Diego, but they incorporate a portion, or they incorporate Temecula, so they do cut into a little bit to Riverside. So these are on pages 44 and 45. The first one here has a population of 161,931 people. This one's page 44, and the next one on page 45, following the 15, has a population of 350,354 people. And Commissioner Sedwine, do you want me to pause or continue with Escondido next?
I would say let's continue.
Sure.
Just so that we can.
Yep. So
True,
this next grouping is in a similar area, but excluding Temecula. So this is the Escondido area. The first visualization has a population of 163,524. And this one is on page 47. The next visualization on page 48 has a population of 260,719 people. And the last visualization in this grouping has a population of 661,673 people.
Very good. Thank you so much, John. Commissioner Sinai. And I believe that concludes at least this first packet. Is that correct?
I'm not sure exactly where the packet was split, but I can check that out.
It ends at 49.
It's a 99-page packet, so that'd be halfway.
Yeah, great. Okay. So we might be going a little longer today as well. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. Starting with the map on 44, Temecula, Rainbow, Fallbrook. We got a lot of it's interesting because this area is one of those areas that has, we've received different perspectives, right? Some folks in Temecula don't want to be shared with San Diego, and others we're seeing they do. So just to see I was curious to see what would happen if we add Escondido to this one, and then basically just the kind of where the bottom of Escondido, and then using San Diego border to go all the way to the Imperial border. I was also curious on this one. I was thinking through if we took the visualization with kind of this and Escondido and the tribal communities. I think you had already done one that had Escondido and the tribal communities. And I was just curious how that would look. For this one, what's the CVAP?
Just one moment. For this visualization that we're looking at right here, the Latino CVAP is 24.9%. The non-Latino Black CVAP is 4.6%. The non-Latino Asian CVAP is 8.3%. And the non-Latino Indigenous CVAP is 0.8%.
Thank you so much. Another visualization, just using what's in front of us, would be keeping Temecula, Rainbow, Fallbrook, Bonsai, and adding Oceanside and Camp Pendleton, which may be one of the visualizations you did earlier. And I'll stop there in case someone has something more on this one before going to 45.
Anyone else have anything more to add? Commissioner Sinai, you can continue.
Thank you. The Escondido to me is, I know that we received calls from Escondido, and it's easy to think of pairing Escondido with all the agricultural land, which is to the northeast. But I think they see themselves more urban, and they've called in saying, seeing themselves going north or going east. On this one, I was curious if, on 45, if we were to add, connect it to San Diego. I don't know what that San Diego, is that just, it's just saying San Diego? Gotcha. Okay. I was trying to figure out what that, I was like, I don't think we have, the reason I say that in case is that because we have so many military bases and stuff, the city of San Diego pops up sometimes in unique places. So that's why, anyway, I would go, if it's possible to kind of connect Ramona, Julian, and then the agricultural land onto this one. Agricultural land meaning the unincorporated areas north of Julian and Ramona, up to the Riverside border. You know what? Let's go all the way to Borregos. Let's just go to the Imperial County border. Imperial and then the Riverside. And I think that's it for this set, correct? Yes. So thank you.
Very good. Any other commissioners want to weigh in before we break for lunch? Okay. I got a note from Marcy that our visualization input is increasing. Commissioners, definitely keep an eye out for that. Real quick, Marcy, did you want to say a word or two about that? I did have a question. Are these time-stamped at all? Do we know, are they being added to one? Like, are new ones coming in at the bottom, or how does it repopulate?
I believe they're coming at the bottom, but
Okay.
I can find out if we can add a timestamp to the public view.
Perfect. Very good. Thank you. Okay, if no other hands, we will break for a 45-minute lunch. It's about 12:30 now, so we will come back at 1:15. I'm going to lunch a little bit early, and coming back at it. We still have quite a lot to get through. We finished that first packet for Southern California. We have another entire set of about approximately 50 slides. Okay. See y'all in 45. Welcome back to the meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We took a little extra break for lunch, so thanks for staying with us. We still have quite a lot of visualizations to make it through before we move to public comment. Again, if you're following along on the agenda, we are on agenda item number 2. I had also posted a potential schedule for today's meeting. We reserved this time block starting this afternoon, and then we make some slight adjustments to that, it looks like. To complete any unfinished work, it looks like we have quite a bit. So we're going to spend the best chunk of the next 90 minutes trying to finish the visualizations that we have not yet seen, including San Diego Imperial counties, as well as the Inland Empire. So we have quite a lot still to get through before we go to public comment. We have received word from staff that we can extend our meeting a little longer tonight, so I will provide all of those times for folks if we need them. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take the opportunity to say, we had a full day to consider Los Angeles County with 10 million people. We are talking about a 5-county region with 11.25 million people. So 1.25 million more people than we took an entire day to discuss in the case of Los Angeles County. So I appreciate your flexibility and ask colleagues to understand that we really do need time to go through this carefully. Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Commissioner Kennedy, absolutely. And we're going to do our best to make sure that we don't have to cut off conversation at all. I also just wanted to point out that next week, come back to a second round of visualizations. We're actually going to do Los Angeles and Southern California regions on the first 2 days. So our time, we're going to switch the order a little bit and have this conversation in Orange County, San Diego, and Imperial Inland Empire earlier in our schedule. So just please do note that. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to John and Andrew to continue us on our review of visualizations in this area.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. We are shifting south now. We're going to start talking about a few visualizations that were requested within the city of San Diego. And so we'll be on page 51 here for this first one. This visualization, Miramar Claremont, has a population of 127,486 people. The next visualization, which is on page 52, Convoy Linda Vista, has a population of 16,527 people. The visualization on the screen now, page 53, has a population of 273,088 people. And this next visualization, which is on page 54 of some portions of Southeast San Diego and heading east, has a population of 579,679 people. And Commissioner Sadwani, the next two visualizations are of downtown San Diego and also incorporating Coronado. Do you want me to show those two now?
Commissioner Sinai, did you want to jump in now, or do you want to see a couple more? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'd rather jump in now. Thanks. And it's just because you all did a great job in the groupings. Is there, I think you kind of did it, and so I was curious if you could do the Convoy Linda Vista and the Miramar Claremont at the same time. Okay, thank you. And then there's no way to do the CVAP for all of this, right?
For the combined area or
yeah,
individual?
For the combined area?
Not for the, we could get that to you in the future, but not on this at the moment, no.
How about just for the Miramar Claremont?
Sure. Give me just one moment. For the visualization on the screen right now in blue, Miramar Claremont, the Latino CVAP is 19%. The non-Latino Black CVAP is 4.5%. The non-Latino Asian CVAP is 15%. And the non-Latino Indigenous CVAP is 0.6%.
Okay, thank you. So what I wanted to see you know, is kind of using these two together overlapped, adding UC San Diego. And you can do that little triangle in the middle too. And then I wanted to see, because this one's called Miramar Claremont. I wanted to see where you were cutting it off at the north part. Sorry, it's hard when it's these little maps. Because I think what I was thinking was to go all the way up to Mira Mesa. Because this brings in the Asian business. They said if we needed more to go up to the Mira Mesa area, which is, Mira Mesa is off of, not Miramar Road, but Mira Mesa Road, sorry. So it's the first exit off of the 805 again. So that's the Miramar Road. And then we want to go to, is that Mira Mesa?
That's Mira Mesa Boulevard.
Mira Mesa, okay. Okay. Okay, so go to the east a little bit further, all the way to the 15. So if we could take on, and I think go up, if we could go up to, you know how you showed earlier that open land? Yeah, if we can use that as the northern border all the way to the 15.
Okay.
That is my visualization, please. Sorry, I keep forgetting to put that piece into it.
So it's combining both of these and then extending this north to the canyon area bounded by the 15.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
adding UC San Diego.
Okay, yes. And this triangle as well.
Yeah, and
Okay.
if that triangle, I don't know if we can add UCSD without that triangle, but if that triangle doesn't fit in, then just UCSD. I'm getting picky. That's like 3 different communities of interest feedback that we received at one time. Thank you.
Anyone else want to jump in on this? If not, John, back to you.
I still have some on these groupings, sorry. That wasn't me. Was that you, Pedro? Sorry. On page 53.
Totally was me.
Sorry, guys, we're laughing because Pedro made it look like a little brother who didn't do something wrong. On 53, I said don't use that one, use 54. So
54.
So I wanted to skip over to 54. Can we have the CVAP on 54?
Give me just a moment.
Thank you.
For the visualization that we're looking at right now in green, page 54, the Latino CVAP is 36.8%. The non-Latino Black CVAP is 13.1%. The non-Latino Asian CVAP is 13.9%. And the non-Latino Indigenous CVAP is 0.6%.
Okay, so this is one area that this one would be interesting to do a VRA kind of analysis for, but I have a few. Is there a reason why the National City looks like a golf club?
Those are the boundaries of National City. It cuts into the water there.
That's so fascinating. Now I know that. So I would take National City out of this visualization and add Spring Valley. And then see if if it works for VRA. That would be my visualization. Thank you.
Commissioner Sinai, there's no other hands. Did you have additional comments in these areas?
Nope, because we're at the end of it. I skipped, the ones I didn't comment on was because they all kind of incorporated each other.
Right, good. Okay, great. John, back to you.
Certainly. So the next two we'll look at are downtown San Diego. This first one is on page 56. And the population is 66,571. Downtown San Diego and Coronado. And the next incorporates also a few neighborhoods to the northeast, and the population here is not showing up, but I'll find that out in just a moment. The population of this is 113,401.
Sorry, I didn't have that for you.
Sure, you're fine. Continuing, would you like me to continue now with a few in southwestern San Diego, or pause there?
Looks like let's pause. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. Again, these are really helpful, and it's kind of fun to think things differently. On number 56, this kind of goes with what we were discussing earlier about if Imperial Beach wasn't connected to South Bay, but we looked at a coastal area. And this is, the reason this is tough is Imperial Beach also deals with a lot of border issues. The Mexican border is right there, and there's a lot of wastewater issues from the Tijuana River. So we may get some feedback saying this doesn't work, but if we go from Imperial Beach all the way up to La Jolla, including Coronado, using the 5 as your eastern border, the 5, and yeah, just up to La Jolla. I don't know if that's going to be enough. If it's not enough, then I would just keep going north at your discretion until we have kind of enough for an assembly district. And once you get into Del Mar, Solano Beach, and Encinitas, even though we did get a call asking for Encinitas to be cut at the 5, take the whole the whole city, please. Encinitas, Solano Beach, and Del Mar. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners want to weigh in here? John, back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Shifting south, this first visualization was requested as just the entirety of the city of National City. The population is 56,377, and this is on page 59. The next visualization on page 60 has a population of 429,662. Next visualization on page 61 has a population of 499,035. The next visualization, which would be page 62, has a population of 526,436. And the last visualization in this grouping we already saw and VRA Council discussed. It has a population of 497,858 and is on page 63.
Very good. Thanks so much, John. Commissioner Sinai?
I think for me, as I kept looking through these, my ideal was 61 with Bonita added. But I understand, then it gets really big, so I get that. So I understand why we went to 63, and we've already discussed it.
Did you have additional comments?
Oh, I just want to make sure, sorry, on 61 and 63, all of Chula Vista is in both of those, correct? And they're both going all the way to the border.
Right, in the visualization that we're looking at right now, which is 61, Chula Vista is kept whole.
And so is 63.
And in 63, that's the case as well.
Okay. And I think on either, well, both of them have already gone over, but as we're looking at congressional districts, because congressional has a lot to do with federal allocation versus the more that we stay on the border, connect as many pieces that are on the border for congressional district in this area, it may make sense, but I think we have that later. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fernandez.
Oh, I think I just answered my question. I just wanted to confirm on 62 and 63, Imperial Beach was completely left out, and I just looked at their the border. It's just, for me, it's a little difficult because Coronado is so different from Imperial Beach. But then who do I put Coronado with, right? That's probably the question of the day. But also on
Coronado
number 59, can I please get the CVAP on that?
For which number visualization, Commissioner Fernandez?
59, please. That's
Sure,
all of
one
National
moment.
City. Thank you.
For the visualization we're looking at right now, which is the entirety of National City, number 59, the Latino CVAP is 56%. The non-Latino Black CVAP is 6.7%. The non-Latino Asian CVAP is 18.1%. And the non-Latino Indigenous population is 0.4%.
Okay, thank you. Can you go back quickly to number, 63, that's the one we talked about early on. That's the one that's the VRA. You worked in conjunction. I just wanted to look at the boundaries really quick. Okay, thank you. No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai, were you going to respond to one of the questions posed by Commissioner Fernandez? Yeah, do you want to?
So Coronado is unique, but there is things that connect Coronado to the South Bay area, including they share a community college district and they share military ties. There is a military base right there. The largest population of veterans in San Diego are actually living in the South Bay, but there is there are naval bases, the whole bay. First of all, they all share the bay, which is a really unique body of water. But usually they do feel separate because their demographics is very different, especially their financial demographics. But, so it's interesting because they are different and they are the same. And so the issue a lot of times with a lot of the communities we're looking at is if you have a very wealthy community with lower income communities, there's a fear that the politicians and everyone will be coming from the wealthy and not really reflecting the rest of the community, the rest of the district.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fonashari.
Yeah, 61, please, page 61. Did we look at the CVAP on that? Could you share that with us, please?
Sure, just one moment. The CBAP figures for this visualization we have on screen right now, number 61, is our Latino CVAP is 56%. Non-Latino Black CVAP is 6.1%. Non-Latino Asian CVAP is 15.2%. And non-Latino Indigenous CVAP is 0.3%.
Thank you.
Any follow-up on that, Commissioner Fonashari? No. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I would want to see if we could create a congressional seat out of here with the Latino majority or minority majority due to the VRA implications, and so moving up north likely, probably including La Prensa and some of San Diego. So if the line drawers can see if there's a way to get enough population for a congressional district that has a majority that would implicate at least the first VRA test, at least for the purposes of visualizing it. Thank you.
And just to clarify, do you want that to start with this current visualization on screen, number
Yeah,
61, and
it would
then
be with
include
61
portions to the north? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's correct. And may need to include Coronado, but that's up to the line drawers.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I just wanted to build a little bit upon what Commissioner Sinai said regarding Coronado and Imperial Beach, and she said that the thought is if it's wealthier area, they would be the ones to possibly be involved in the politics, which I don't want to say that's the thought, that is the reality. Normally, the wealthier are educated in that area. They do know what to do. They do know the timelines. They know what they're supposed to be doing, when they're supposed to be doing, and they have the connections. Those that are not in the wealthier areas are just trying to survive. Many are English learners. So I know we all know it, but I just want us to continue to be aware of that when we try to use other excuses to group communities together that might not be in the best interest of all. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. I really appreciate that reminder. Commissioner Toledo, did you have additional commentary?
I do not, but thank you for checking.
Thank you so much. You bet. This is an inclusive process, you know. John and Andrew, I think back to you.
Thank you. The next 4 visualizations that we have, starting on page 65, were requests that related to Native American tribal boundaries and some submissions we'd received about that from the community input process. So let me put up this first one. The first request was specifically just to create a visualization based on that community of interest input. So the population of this visualization is 49,418, and that's on page 65. The next requested visualization was to incorporate those areas and also some portions of Escondido that you can see here, and some surrounding areas, and that's on page 66, and the population is 302,923. The next visualization here in red, you can see it incorporates the tribal areas, and then it also incorporates a southern portion of Jamul and some other rural areas here in the south. And the population of this is 79,841. And this visualization is on page 67. And the last visualization in this grouping was in green here, and you can see it's the tribal areas in San Diego and Riverside counties, as well as the entirety of Imperial County. And the population of this visualization is 223,046, and that's on page 68.
Great, thanks, John. I see a number of hands here. Let's begin with Commissioner Fernandez.
And I know this is a small visualization, but on 67, if I can just get the CVAP on that, please, John, thank you.
Just one moment. So for 67, which is the visualization we have up right now, the Latino CVAP is 17.8%. The non-Latino Black CVAP is 2.7%. The non-Latino Asian CVAP is 2.6%. And the non-Latino Indigenous CVAP is 6.6%.
Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you. I was curious on looking at looking at page 66, so the Escondido and tribal areas. On this one, I would take Poway out because it's more of an urban area. And I would put Valley Center in. And I would actually just go the 15 all the way up to, let's see, take the 15 up and then capture like Bonsai, Fallbrook, Rainbow, all the way up to the Riverside border. I'm not sure that would give us enough. I think if we were, so can we get the CVAP on this one? And then that'll help me on what I was thinking.
Just one moment.
Thank you.
For the visualization that we're looking at right now, which is page 66, the Latino CVAP is 24.4%. The non-Latino Black CVAP is 2.4%. The non-Latino Asian CVAP is 7.1%. And the non-Latino Indigenous CVAP is 2.6%.
So I guess I'm curious if we do what I was saying plus add Vista, if that gets us near to a VRA assembly district, but I'm not sure it will. Because it's still low, but anyway, so yeah, so if we can move Valley Center in, Poway out, and then just move the line on the east up the 15, but well, kind of the 15 corridor, so Bonsai, Fallbrook, and include all that. And if we still need more, then Vista. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. This is actually same one, page 66. I would actually first go the down south, capturing Jamul, not Chula Vista, but that whole area there, to right exactly, just to see where. I'm assuming that does not buy us a lot of people, but and then I would similar to what Commissioner Sinai said, remove Poway and add Valley Center and starting to consider going up, Bonsai, Fallbrook, Rainbow.
And I'm good at adding that to the one visualization so we don't have to have two visualizations.
Thank you.
Thank you for that teamwork. I always appreciate it. Commissioner Anderson, did you have any more that you wanted to review?
Not right now, thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm just curious for the team leads here. I'm not as familiar as with Jamal, Crest, Alpine, with this area, Descanso. If they could just give me a little, or maybe very briefly, what type of demographic, transportation, that kind of thing. How those communities, just the makeup of those communities.
Yeah, as you're moving east on the 8, which is a lot of the area, is kind of, and then going north, once you hit like Alpine, all of that is very rural area, but it's rural mountainous and forest area with still some agriculture. So if you go to Julian, that's where it's the infamous Julian apple pies. And so there are some people that live in this area. It's high fire area, so this is where some of the big fires happen. And it's demographically, these are areas that sometimes the Latino count is low in these areas. It's a lot of people retire out to these areas or have their second homes kind of in this area, but it's not that people are wealthy in these areas. It's rural. That's our rural San Diego. Sorry.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Also, sorry, could you go in that same area, could you go all the way to the border, showing the terrain?
As you'll see, as you move east on the 8, it does go into the desert. So San Diego has coast and then mountains and then the desert. So we always say a best day in San Diego is when you've hit all 3 in one day.
Yeah, thank you. I was looking actually right around the border. Thank you very much.
Very good. Any final hands on this set? John, back to you.
Thank you. We are now shifting to talk about some overlap with the neighboring counties. So San Diego, or I guess continuing to talk about some overlap between San Diego, Imperial, and Riverside counties. But these are now, these next two visualizations start on page 70. Let me just pull up the first one. The first visualization here, which is on page 70, has a population of 483,505 people. The next visualization, which is from page 71, has a population of 260,081 people. And this visualization, which we spoke about with the VRA Council, has a population of 508,004 people.
Okay.
Actually, if I can, there's just one more visualization.
Sure.
This is entirely within Riverside, but it does overlap with the last two. So
Okay.
this visualization is the eastern portion of Riverside County and consists of 177,227 people. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, John, for that. Actually, that's really helpful just to guide our conversations. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I may not have been clear enough because I think the visualization on page 71 was a result of one of my requests. The idea was to continue up the Colorado River all the way to the intersection with the border with Nevada. So that would take in basically the entire Colorado River basin in California. That was the idea.
You're right, Commissioner Kennedy. I see that in the instructions now. I'm sorry.
While we're at it, I just wanted to make sure that we go as far north as the Fort Mojave reservation just north of Needles. I don't know how that, where that falls in relation to the southern tip of Nevada, but yeah. So whichever is farther north, the Fort Mojave Reservation or the southern tip of Nevada.
Yep, I'll certainly update that one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in on this last set that we've just seen? San Diego, Imperial, and Riverside counties. Commissioner Sinai.
I just want to share from our handy dandy new tool. We did hear that folks actually, this was feedback just from one person, but that for 71 not to add San Diego on the whole on when looking, sorry, this comes from Imperial Valley, not to add San Diego, that they feel closer to Riverside than to San Diego. I don't think that will be possible for all the different districts that we're looking at. And then the other comments you've already answered. I think of all of these visualizations, I felt that 72 was the one that captured the most, and that was the one that we talked about for VRA, I believe. But I did want to say in number 70, if we could add Imperial Beach to that piece. In that visualization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Kennedy.
I would be interested in seeing a visualization that combined the updated visualization on 71. In other words, Colorado River Basin all the way up to the southern tip of Nevada, that eastern portion of Riverside County, not including Joshua Tree National Park, Imperial County, and then the portion in San Diego County, or actually to the west of the Imperial County line. I'm wondering if we could see one that included the areas from visualization on page 68 that were identified as tribal lands. So there are two bits in southern Riverside County and then a chunk of eastern San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Sinai, did you have another comment to make?
Yes, thank you. I wanted just to follow up on what Commissioner Kennedy said, that it's almost, I thought we had that visualization, but I'm not finding it. So yes, that would be great, the one with the tribal lands. And then I wanted to see if we could get the CVAP for number 70.
Yes, just one moment.
Thank you.
For number 70, which is what's on screen right now, the Latino CVAP is 60.9%. The non-Latino Black CVAP is 4.7%. The non-Latino Asian CVAP is 11.7%. And the non-Latino Indigenous CVAP is 0.6%.
So this one, I mean, I'd like to see how we can, if we're going to create a congressional district that does take this into account, my thought was, adding Imperial and then going up to the East Coachella Valley. What we've talked about before. The main reason why I think, well, I know that the Latinos that live in South Bay are economically are doing better than the Latinos that a majority of the Latinos that live in Imperial. So that plays into it. But I think this is a good opportunity to create a congressional VRA. And I think you, Commissioner Toledo, you started thinking along these lines as well earlier, looking at all of South Bay, right? Yeah, okay. All right, well, let me just stop at that then. Well, actually, can we have a visualization where it includes Imperial, goes up to East Coachella Valley, includes the indigenous, the tribal lands? Look at you.
So this is 71
Plus.
overlaid with, yep.
I like it.
And then the overlay with green is the tribal lands from earlier.
The light green, oh, okay, so that's the.
Yeah, there's a few greens. So I'll turn on green now, and then it'll
So
be
this
on the
first
west.
one right here is Coachella and Imperial.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's the indigenous?
Right. The tribal lands.
Sorry, tribal lands. So can you go back to Coachella and Imperial? Why does it have some of San Diego?
So the previous visualization that was on
okay.
was the one that
Gotcha.
reached
All
into
right.
San Diego. Did you not want that?
No. I mean, I think when it just then can you put the tribal again? And that's just the tribal without
This is the one that's
Chula
just the
Vista?
tribal lands, not
Okay.
including other portions, other areas.
Yeah, so I kind of like that visualization all in one.
Do you want a visualization distinct from what Commissioner Kennedy requested, which is this, but then also extending up to Nevada, or is it all right to just do that as one?
Commissioner Kennedy, do you have thoughts on that?
You know, I'm happy to see variations on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the only thing.
I mean, the one thing that I was looking at in this is keeping the entire Colorado River basin as, in a single district.
Right.
And how that might look.
And the way this one's done right now doesn't include 70. Page 7, the visualization, page 70.
Correct.
Okay, so that's kind of what I was looking for is 70 plus Coachella Valley and the tribal lands. Does that make sense?
Yep. So we can do
Okay.
two distinct visualizations for them.
Thank you.
Anything more, Commissioners, tonight? Nope. Commissioner Vasquez.
Sorry, I was really into this conversation, and I just wanted to confirm with the mappers that we'll actually see, I think I'd like to see 3 visualizations. So the most recent one you had up, which was 70, 71, and the tribal lands. So that's one. And then remove, what is that? Yeah, that one. See all that, that's 2. And then third is Commissioner Kennedy's extension up into San Bernardino.
Yep, can certainly do 3. Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Toledo?
Thank you. Just curious, on map 71, I believe this was Commissioner Kennedy's visualization. I'm just wondering the reasoning for not including more of the Riverside area above the where the curve is, in terms of the demographics or the terrain, or I believe it was above the 10.
Yeah, that's Joshua Tree National Park, and the intention there was to put that with Coachella Valley, Morongo Basin, and Big Bear areas as the kind of tourism-focused area.
I'm just curious, would it make sense to put that into this district, or is there any way to put that into that whole area into this larger district, create a congressional district, or is it, or is that because you've been looking at this, so I'm just curious your thoughts on that a little bit. You've been looking at this a lot more closely than because this was your area, I think.
Yeah. No, I mean that would certainly be something that we could look at. So we would add the Coachella Valley, the Morongo Basin, and the Big Bear Lake Arrowhead area. Yeah, right there. And just a by the way, while we're at it, 29 Palms is considered part of the Morongo Basin. It got left out in one of the visualizations.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. On that, actually, wait, leave where we were. Actually, Commissioner Kennedy is, a couple questions. In the 29 Palms, is that also the military base, not just the city? Would you include that one in that? I'm getting a yes, okay. And
the base, I think, has actually become part of the city. I'd have to verify that, but listening to the morning radio show locally, that's my understanding, is that the base is now part of the city.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the entrances into Joshua Tree, aren't those mostly from Morongo Valley, Joshua Tree, as opposed to from Indio Hills, Sky Valley?
There are three entrances. So one in Joshua Tree, one in 29 Palms, and then the south entrance is off the 10.
And okay, so yeah, that's out in the...
And they are building a new entrance complex there off the 10, because the traffic coming up Highway 62 to get to Joshua Tree and 29 Palms is, it's becoming unbearable.
Okay. Yeah, so
they're
that's
going to try to get some of the traffic to enter from the south.
Okay. Yeah, so that sort of makes sense why you might include the Coachella Valley and have Joshua Tree be with Morongo Valley. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any additional comments in these areas? All right, John, back to you.
Thank you. Shifting into Riverside County now, entirely in Riverside County now, and moving west. The next three visualizations are in the Moreno Valley area. Moreno Valley. Starting on page 77.
Skipped over 75. Are you coming back to 75?
No, I did 75 with the previous grouping. Thank you.
That's right.
So this first visualization is on page 77. The population is 501,927. The next visualization is on page 78. The population is 502,000. $785, and we discussed this with the VRA Council earlier. And the next visualization is $487,962, and that is on page 79.
Great, thanks, John. Before we move forward, I just wanted to note to commissioners, please, when giving directions, be very specific. Give the page numbers that you're referring to also. That would really help our note takers. I think Andrew is working behind the scenes taking notes for us today, and I think that would really help him out. So specificity, please. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I was just flipping through and it felt like something was missing. Could we see a visualization of just the Coachella Valley, so east of Whitewater, not including Whitewater, so basically, and not including Indio or Coachella, because I've asked for the visualization with them to the east, but we would have La Quinta, Indian Wells, Palm Desert, Rancho, Cathedral City, Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, Barnett, Sky Valley, Indio Hills, and the necessary unincorporated areas, just to see what that's like. Thank you.
Very good, thank you so much. Additional commentary on this set? John, back to you.
I had one before we move on.
Apologies, I didn't see a hand raised. Commissioner Anderson.
On page 77, could we get the CVAP for that, please?
Just one moment. For page 77, which is the visualization we're looking at right now, the Latino CVAP is 41.9%. The non-Latino Black CVAP is 13.3%. The non-Latino Asian CVAP is 5.1%. And the non-Latino Indigenous CVAP is 1.4%.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, sorry, could we also get it on page 78? Oh, wait, 78 or 79?
Did you say 78 or 79?
We actually have that on 78. Can we get it on, wait, what's the difference between 78 and 79?
It has to do with which, including the Air Force Base, and also which neighborhoods in Riverside are included.
Okay, okay. No, we only have Beaumont in that one visualization?
There are other visualizations that include Beaumont, but those cut into San Bernardino, and those come up later, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, can I see a visualization starting with page 77? But removing Whitewater and Cabazon. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Kennedy.
And I thought that 77 was what I had requested, but I don't recall, and I don't think I would have asked for it to include Moreno Valley, because we're looking at Moreno Valley with Paris and some other things. So I would like to see a visualization that excludes Moreno Valley from what is currently in 77. And I think I did ask for like Yucaipa and Oak Glen to be included unless those are going to come up later.
Yep, this particular visualization was requested by Commissioner Anderson, and we do have a couple of visualizations which you requested, which do include this area and cut up into San Bernardino.
Okay.
But-
Sorry.
Very good. Was that it for you, Commissioner Kennedy? Yeah, Commissioner Vasquez, did you have any more? No. Others? John, moving on.
Shifting now to southwest Riverside County, and then northwest following that, we have a few more visualizations. The first visualization here is on page 81, and the population is 490,358. The next visualization is on page 82, and the population is 497,960. And then shifting up to northwest Riverside, this first visualization, which we saw previously with the VRA Council, has a population of 478,797. And that last one was on page 85, and this, sorry, was on page 84, and this next visualization is on page 85, and it has a population of 475,411 people.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Let's keep moving, John.
Returning to, or shifting now north to talk about a couple of visualizations that cross the border between Riverside and San Bernardino. First visualization here is on page 87. And the population is 457,907. The next visualization is on page 88, and the population is 317,068 people.
Very good. I think
Yep.
we'll pause there. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just a reminder to John that this one needs to be, needs to be corrected to add in 29 Palms.
And do you want the military base as well, or just the city?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Commissioner Fernandez.
No, I was just going to say the same thing that Commissioner
Oh,
Kennedy just said. Thanks.
Very good. Okay.
John, we could also add in Homestead Valley while we're at it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Very good. Any other additional comments here? Okay, we are up against a break at 3 p.m. in half an hour, and by my calculation, we have about 7 slides left, so we're making very good time. Is that about correct, Andrew and John?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. It's
Very
all
good.
San Bernardino or San Bernardino and adjacent areas.
Perfect. I'm wondering, can we just present all 7 of those? I
Yep,
think it's 7.
That's perfectly fine. I can
They're
run
all
through
San
them all.
Bernardino based.
Yep.
I know they're cut into a couple different regions, but I think if we could present them and then have comments.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
The first 2 will be entirely within San Bernardino, and then the rest will have a little bit of overlap with neighboring counties. So starting with page 90 in the Redlands area. This visualization has a population of 125,132. The next visualization has a population of 556,580, and that's on page 91. I'll have to zoom out for the next one. This visualization encompasses a number of counties to the north and has a population of 159,505. The next visualization is on page 95, and this has a population of 729,938 people. And then the next three are in the Chino Hills area. This, on page 97, this visualization, let me check the population one moment. Has a population of 411,019 people. The next visualization on page 98 has a population of 531,433 people. And the final visualization of the 69 visualizations we've looked at today has 155,394 people.
All right, great. Commissioner Pornashari.
Yeah, so if you go to page 95. So just a comment from my fellow commissioners. We got a lot of comment recently in the system on this particular one. And a lot of the comments refer to visualization number 729938. So it's unclear to the people who are looking at our visualizations that that's the population number. So if in the future, if we could write pop on there or something to clarify, because there are some other ones that only, the only reason I figured that out is because a lot of people refer to this one and some use the name, but there are other visualizations they're referring to that they just use the population. So it's going to be a little more difficult to back out which one they're referring to. So thank you.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. John, if we could look at visualization on page 91, that's Rialto, Fontana, San Bernardino. I think I had wanted Bloomington and Colton in there as well. So if we could see one with Bloomington and Colton included, and then we might look at, because that's gonna bump up the population a good bit. If we had San Bernardino City and Highland in one, and then Fontana, Rialto, Bloomington, Colton in another. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Sinai.
Excuse me, Commissioner Kennedy, could you just repeat those? Sorry, Commissioner Sinai.
Yes, if we could have City of San Bernardino in one, and then Fontana, Rialto, Bloomington, Colton in another.
Just to check, you had said Highland, I think. Did you want Highland with San Bernardino, or did you want San Bernardino standalone?
Sorry, San Bernardino and Highland.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Sinai.
Thanks. Two things. Commissioner Fornashari, is there anything on number 95 that we should know about, that people who commented on this one, that we may want to know about it now?
There were, so I just kind of went through them quickly. I think there were several different themes that Pomona, Ontario, and Chino don't belong with the other cities, maybe was one of the themes. And then the other theme was Wrightwood and Lido Creek don't belong with the other cities too. And then there were some suggestions on how to fix it.
Okay.
And I think Angela's nodding, so.
Thanks. And then I wanted us all to just take a moment and look at the numbers and how close they were to the targets of all these visualizations that Commissioner Kennedy did. I just thought, I kept looking at this and just going, wow, wow, wow. And I thanked him earlier for helping me up my game, but I just wanted to really stop to look at that because according to him, he didn't use any population data to come up with it. And so he's got a good eye. So I just wanted to, again, say, just stop to because it doesn't happen very often. We all know we've been trying to figure him out. But just the fact that he did all this just by knowing the community well and not knowing the numbers. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez.
All right, I've got a few because this is also my other hood. This is where I grew up. So starting with page 91, that visualization, I have some amendments. So the first one, I'd like to include the portions of Bloomington and Colton north of the 10 freeway. And then I'd also like, I'm trying to get a congressional district, if not a Senate district. So adding Bloomington and Colton south or north of the 10 freeway plus Highland. So that's one visualization. And then second visualization I'd like to see, starting with this, page 91, all of Bloomington, all of Colton, Highland, and then Redlands, you'll see north, so starting north of the freeway, yes, and then see that L, that where it's that Highway 38, everything north of that in Redlands. That's my second visualization. And then I think we may blow past, that's probably, I'll stop there and see where that gets us in the next set of visualizations. Thank you.
Very good.
Oh, actually, sorry, I have one more. Trying to break up populations. If I could see a third visualization of just San Bernardino, Highland, and that portion of Redlands that I referred to north of the 10 and the 38. Yep. I'm looking for a building block there. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioner Anderson.
Great, thank you. Could we go to page 87, please? And what I'd like actually on a few of these pages is some CVAP. So this one first, please.
Sure, just one moment. For this visualization we have on the screen right now, which is page 87, the Latino CVAP is 30%, the non-Latino Black CVAP is 3.6%, the non-Latino Asian CVAP is 3.1%, and the non-Latino Indigenous CVAP is 0.9%.
Okay, thank you. And then the same on page 88 with the CVAP.
For the visualization that we have on screen right now, which is page 88, the Latino CVAP is 34.9%. The non-Latino Black CVAP is 6.8%. The non-Latino Asian CVAP is 4%. And the non-Latino Indigenous CVAP is 1.9%.
Okay, thank you. And then, I think there was one more I wanted to get some info on. No, not that one. Cherry Hills. No. Nope, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, can we start with page 90's visualization? Thank you. Can we add Yucaipa, all of Yucaipa, all of Calamasa, Cherry Valley, and Beaumont? Do we already have one? Is this, am I making? I think that's it. Oh, I see. Yeah. So can we add Yucaipa, Calamasa, Cherry Valley, and Banning, not Oak Glen? Yes.
Great. Commissioner Kennedy.
Just wondering, Commissioner Vasquez, why the exclusion of Oak Glen? Because I don't see it plugging in anywhere else unless it's with those.
Yeah, I was thinking more if there was, it's a bit more in my mind of like forest mountain communities than Yucaipa, although I think there is an argument to be made for Oak Glen to be with the district that I just, or the visualization that I just proposed. But I was mostly curious to see everything else, although maybe if I could ask for another visualization, so one with Oak Glen, one without, mostly to see the population numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments on this section? I believe we have completed all of our visualizations of the state of California. Is that correct, Andrew and Joe?
That's right for, I believe so, Andrew.
That is correct, Chair.
All right. That's a good feeling. It's been a long 3 days. With that, we are not scheduled technically for break until 3, but I think if we take a break now, it's 2:45, we can come back at 3 o'clock and open the lines for public comment.
Commissioner, do we want to have Andrew read directions?
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you for that helpful reminder. Yes, of course we do. Thank you for that. So no going to break at this point. It'll probably take 15 minutes at least to read the directions. Andrew, are you there with us?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We are ready to hear what you got.
Okay. Give me a second here. All right. So earlier today, the other field team lead, Jose Eduardo, did the first half, and then I had done pretty much the second half of the note taking. So we'll start first with the notes for zones with Assembly District, looks like San Diego South Bay. So we have Commissioner Fornachari wants to see a new visualization that includes Imperial Beach. Commissioner Sinai had another request for a visualization, including Imperial, Bonita, and then the entire border, including Chula Vista altogether. Commissioner Sadwani, a visualization that separates Coronado and Imperial Beach. And then on page 72, there's an assembly district of Imperial Coachella. Commissioner Kutagawa wants a visualization to remove La Quinta for an assembly district. Page 78, we're referring to an assembly district in Riverside and Moreno, and Paris. Another assembly district of Northwest Riverside. Commissioner Sadwani, I don't have specific visualization direction beyond continuing to assess from the VRA standpoint, the concern about overpacking. So this sounds like more of a comment. And then we move on to Cyprus and Long Beach. So Commissioner Kutagawa requested a visualization with Cyprus removed. Continuing with Commissioner Kutagawa, a visualization adding Lakewood, Los Alamitos, and Rossmore. And I believe Rossmore was to consider population. Commissioner Sadwani, a visualization to get to a congressional level, keep Cyprus, adding in Los Alamitos, Rossmore, and or Lakewood to see what we would really actually need to get to a congressional district. We've heard loud and clear from testimony that there's a desire to keep the city of Long Beach together. Next up, I have a map set for Brea and Fullerton. Commissioner Kutagawa requested a visualization that would include Hacienda Heights and La Mirada. Continuing with the commissioner, another visualization that would also include Hacienda Heights, La Mirada, East Whittier, and Whittier. That would keep everything all in Orange County. And then there was a next set of maps in Cerritos in North Orange County. Commissioner Kutagawa had a visualization to remove Cypress for an assembly-sized district. Commissioner Kennedy then requests removing Cypress but adding Artesia. And then the next map set is Cerritos, Northeast Irvine. Commissioner Kutagawa requests a visualization to remove North Irvine and also remove Anaheim Hills to see if we can get to that maybe a Senate-sized district. Remove Tustin and North Irvine. Continuing with the commissioner, another visualization request going from a Senate-sized district to a congressional-sized district. Definitely removing Tustin and North Irvine, Placencia and Anaheim Hills, and also remove Cerritos. And then would also like to see a congressional-sized district. And also if we need some additional population to get adequate congressional district size, would then ask to instead add in Stanton. Commissioner Kennedy then goes on to request a visualization where Fountain Valley be added, drop Anaheim Hills, North Irvine, and Cerritos. Next set of maps are Buena Park Brea. Commissioner Kutagawa requests a visualization adding La Mirada and East Whittier. Next is Commissioner Fornachari, a visualization with Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, kind of going southeast of the 55 there in orange. Next map set is Buena Park and West Anaheim. Commissioner Kutagawa requests a visualization that would include La Palma, and then for additional population, if needed, again, for an assembly-sized district to incorporate Stanton and little bits of unincorporated area next to Anaheim, in between Garden Grove, but not going into Garden Grove. Next set of maps are for
Andrew, can we pause really quickly? We had some feedback from Commissioner Fornachari. Yeah,
yes, sure.
Yeah, thanks. Let's see, going back to the visualization I had asked for, I think, so I'd asked for like Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, Orange, east of the 55, North Tustin, and then Irvine, kind of on the northeast side of 405. I didn't hear all that in your when you read it back, so just want to double check.
Yeah, I just added it right now, so we got
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Andrew, you can go ahead and continue.
Sure. Next set of maps are for Anaheim Valley, Santa Ana. Commissioner Kutagawa requests a visualization to see Stanton added for a potential Senate district, adding La Palma since Buena Park is included, and would like to see if that would bring us up to a potential Senate-sized district. From a congressional sized district, remove Costa Mesa. Continuing with the commissioner, another visualization that would remove Costa Mesa. Continuing again with Commissioner Kutagawa, another request for a visualization that would include that portion of Anaheim that's there and would also include Stanton, Garden Grove, which is already included, Westminster, Fountain Valley, and definitely remove Costa Mesa. Commissioner Vasquez then requests a visualization that removes Costa Mesa and adds Fountain Valley and Westminster. Next set of maps are Anaheim to Santa Ana. Commissioner Kutagawa would like to see a visualization to remove Anaheim that is east of the 57. Would like to start there and see what that would bring, if that would bring the numbers down to. Commissioner Sinai then requests adding Orange and the Anaheim Valley and Santa Ana. Commissioner Kutagawa then requests adding the portion of Orange that is west of the 55, and then perhaps also incorporating in the form of a congressional district perspective, unincorporated areas that are above Garden Grove. Commissioner Fernandez then requests to split Orange along the freeway, the 55, and then the other portion, something that would align with them with Anaheim Hills, North Tustin, and North Irvine. Next set of maps are for Westminster, Garden Grove, and Anaheim. Commissioner Kutagawa requests a visualization, adding in COIs to see if we can get to a number that's close to the congressional district with portions of Santa Ana. Commissioner Sadwani requests a visualization that reflects COI, breaking Anaheim along possibly the 5, and then for an Asian district, potentially pulling up into Buena Park or even parts of Fullerton. If there are census blocks with larger populations of Asian Americans. Commissioner Kutagawa then requests a visualization of the Arab community in Anaheim because of the section called Little Arabia. Commissioner Sinai then requests Santa Ana, Orange, Anaheim Valley, Buena Park, because those particular communities are the lowest income communities in Orange County. We then move on to a map set of Central Orange County. Commissioner Sinai then she refers to color 50, which I believe was a map that we were looking at earlier. Commissioner Kutagawa then goes on to comment on Westminster and Garden Grove. Could be an assembly district that it could include Anaheim, add Stanton, would it grow enough? Unincorporated area near the 405-5 intersection and north of that of the 5. Commissioner Kutagawa then also refers to the color 50 and requests a visualization of all of Orange, Villa Park, Anaheim Hills, Placentia, Yorba Linda, all of Cleveland National Forest, including Silverado, Williams Canyon, Wojeska, and Chino Hills and Chino, which could be a congressional district. Commissioner Anderson, also referring to the Color 50 map, a new visualization with and without Chino Hills. Commissioner Kutagawa is requesting a new visualization from the Orange Tustin map to incorporate Anaheim Hills for an assembly district and all of Cleveland National Forest. That includes those communities, so Silverado, Williams Canyon, Majeska. Commissioner Fornachari was going to ask for the same thing that Commissioner Kutagawa had asked for. Commissioner Kutagawa, you can tell I'm making these notes now. Commissioner Kutagawa then refers to the rural Cleveland Forest, a request for a visualization to add part of San Diego County for an assembly district size and north into Anaheim Hills because they face some of the same wildfire dangers, and perhaps Yorba Linda, and might include parts of Brea. Same one could also include all of this and parts of Riverside, which include communities of El Cerrito, Temescal Valley, Warm Springs. And if we need more population, go north towards El Cerrito and Corona. Commissioner Sinai then requests a new visualization based on the rural Cleveland Forest map. I'm thinking along the same lines as Commissioner Kutagawa, and I also included Anaheim Hills and Camp Pendleton. Commissioner Anderson then agrees with Commissioner Sinai to include Camp Pendleton. Commissioner Kutagawa also agrees to include Camp Pendleton. And then Commissioner Sadwani requests a new visualization based on the Tustin to Laguna map to add Costa Mesa. Okay, next set of maps is for North Coast Orange County. Commissioner Kutagawa, in regards to the Long Beach North OC Coast map, requests a visualization of Long Beach Marina having similarities with Huntington Beach and Newport Beach, adding all of Costa Mesa, Fountain Valley, specifically south of the 405, Westminster south of the 405, and if we need to add Laguna Beach to get us to the Assembly District numbers, and then also acknowledges the oil spill incident that just recently happened. Commissioner Sinai then, in reference to the North Coast OC map, requests a visualization to add Irvine west of the 405 first, Costa Mesa second, and likes the idea of a full coast map as one, referring to number 32 and 29 as well. Commissioner Kutagawa then requests a new visualization to add Costa Mesa, Fountain Valley south of 405, Westminster south of the 405, Irvine south of the 405 up to Laguna Beach, Alicio Viejo, Laguna Niguel, and Rossmore. Commissioner Kutagawa then continues in regards to the North OC coast without Cyprus map and requests a visualization to remove Los Alamitos, Rossmore, and if we need population to keep Rossmore in that. Commissioner Kutagawa then in reference to the North OC coast with Cyprus, a new visualization that leaves Cyprus. My apologies, I didn't get which commissioner had mentioned this, but it was in reference to the all coast OC map, adding Rossmore, Los Alamitos, would also like to add Costa Mesa, San Juan Capistrano, Laguna, to this visualization.
And
then
Andrew,
go ahead.
Just really briefly, we're at 3 o'clock, which was our scheduled break time. I just wanted to check in with Christian. Christian, are you guys and the ASL team, would it be okay to just finish up these directions from Andrew, him reading them back, or shall we break now?
Please take a break soon.
Andrew, you have quite a bit left, I think, right?
Yeah, I'm about halfway through.
Okay.
So it's up to you, Chair, if you would like to take a break now and then just continue this after the break.
Perfect. Let's do that. Let's pause. We'll come back at 3:16. Commissioner Fernandez, I see your hand also. We'll do that. We'll do that when we get back. Okay. Thanks, everybody. 15 minutes. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are nearing the completion of our first review of visualizations from across the state. A couple housekeeping things real quick. We will continue hearing the read back of the directions that have been given from our staff member, Andrew. After that, we will go to public comment. And in that, we will open the lines. Lines will close at 4:30, but anyone who is in the queue at 4:30 will be heard. So we will stay until all commenters are heard, but no one will be able to join the queue after 4:30 p.m. today. I think I have a couple other things, but I'll mention them afterwards. Commissioner Fernandez, I had seen a hand before we went to break.
Yes, I was just going to let Andrew know. He didn't know who made that comment for the visualization. I believe it was Commissioner Kutagawa. So just so that you could put that on there. It's a lucky guess. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Andrew, back to you then.
Great. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I know it's, could be kind of difficult to take all these notes and then look at the maps at the same time. So I definitely apologize if there's any errors. Just please let me know. Just stop me in the middle if I need to correct anything. All right.
Thanks so much, Andrew.
Of course. And so, coming back from break, just for the public, we're discussing the North Coast Orange County visualizations that the line drawers came up with. And so we will then continue with that comment that Commissioner Kutagawa had requested a visualization in regard to the All Coast OC. So I will continue from there. It is to add Rossmore, Los Alamitos, Costa Mesa, San Juan Capistrano, Laguna, Aliso Viejo, if they're not included, Laguna Woods, Irvine south of the 405, Costa Mesa, Downton Valley south of the 405, Westminster south of the 405, and she would like to see if we could get that up to a congressional district. Continuing with Commissioner Kutagawa, new visualization to add Laguna Woods, Mission Viejo, Ladera Ranch, and if we need to add Las Flores, an unincorporated area of Crystal Cove. Continuing with the Commissioner, we also have a request for a visualization for a congressional district. The request is all the above, which was the previous one, and also includes Coto Casa, Rancho San Margarita, Lake Forest, Williams Canyon, Silverado, all the Cleveland National Forests, but exclude Irvine. Commissioner Fernandez, in reference to the North OC coast without Cyprus, had a request for CVAP information. Commissioner Sadwani, in reference to the page 33 map, a new visualization of the Cleveland National Forest communities. And then Commissioner Sadwani had asked again in regards to the Tustin to Laguna map, a new visualization adding Costa Mesa. And now this next set of maps is South OC, North San Diego County. Commissioner Kutagawa requests a new visualization in regards to the South Coast OC plus SD map to remove Laguna Beach and Dana Point, and instead add Rancho, Mission Viejo, Ladera Ranch, and the Cleveland National Forest above Camp Pendleton, and all of the Cleveland National Forest that is also above in the Orange County area. And if needed for population, unincorporated areas of Marietta, Bonsai, Fallbrook, and Vista. Commissioner Kutagawa then requests a new visualization for Camp Pendleton from the Camp Pendleton map to take out Temecula and add Bonsai and maybe Escondido. And then I believe it's Commissioner Kutagawa also had a request in regards to the Dana Point Carlsbad map for a new visualization to add San Juan Capistrano, remove Bonsai, and Fallbrook. Commissioner Sinai, in reference to the South Coast OC plus SD, requests a visualization to take out Carlsbad. Commissioner Pornachari in reference to the South Coast OC plus SD, request a visualization to add to Commissioner Sinai's comment to include San Clemente, Fallbrook, and Oceanside. Commissioner Sinai, in reference to the Camp Pendleton map, requests a visualization to include the east border of the 15 freeway to help get to the numbers. Commissioner Sinai, in reference to the Dana Point Carlsbad map, requests a visualization to include Vista and Bonsai going up north and west of the 15. Commissioner Kutagawa, in reference to map 37, requests a visualization to remove La Quinta, Big Bear, Running Springs, and Lake Arrowhead. The next set of maps are for northern San Diego. Commissioner Sinai, in reference to the Camp Pendleton Fallbrook map, requests a new visualization northeast, all the way up to Riverside boundary on the east, and if we can go down to the 15 if we need to. We could take all of Rainbow and all of Temecula and then use the 78 as a border to the south. Commissioner Sinai, in reference to the Camp Pendleton to La Jolla map, had a request for a visualization to include Fairbanks Ranch, closed loop north of the 56, triangle of the 805, 52, and 5, Sorrento Valley at Mira Mesa Boulevard, and then cut Sorrento Valley at Camino Santa Fe, and also include UCSD, which is UC San Diego. Commissioner Sinai then, in reference to the Carlsbad San Marcos map, requests a new visualization to add Rancho Santa Fe, Fairbanks Ranch, and Carmel Valley. Commissioner Kutagawa, in reference to the Camp Pendleton to La Jolla visualization, requests a new visualization to add Escondido, Harmony Grove, Elephant Forest, for possibly populations for a congressional district, and if needed, add Bonsai. Commissioner Kutagawa, in reference to the Carlsbad San Marcos map, requests a visualization to include the unincorporated areas and Fairbanks Ranch from Encinitas to the 163 along the 805. And then moving on to the next set of maps, these are maps that were primarily in San Diego, but include some parts of Riverside. Commissioner Sinai, in reference to, and I'm going to use it interchangeably between map and page. For map 44, a visualization to add Escondido, bottom of Escondido, using San Diego border to Imperial border, and possibly another with a tribal community. Commissioner Sinai then continues, also in reference to map 44, a request for a visualization adding Camp Pendleton and Oceanside. Commissioner Sinai then goes on to reference Temecula, San Diego 15. I have in parentheses 45, so I'm guessing that's probably the page 45. She requests a new visualization to add Ramona, Julian, and unincorporated areas north of Julian and Ramona up to Riverside County and to the Imperial County borders. Moving on to the city of San Diego, Commissioner Sinai, in reference to the Miramar, Claremont, and Convoy Linda Vista maps, requests a new visualization adding UCSD all the way up to Mira Mesa, to the Mira Mesa area, to the 15. And but if the triangle doesn't fit, just to include the visualization, just to include UCSD in the visualization. Commissioner Sinai then, in reference to the Southeast San Diego visualization, requests a new one to take National City out, add Spring Valley, and see if that works for VRA. Moving on to downtown San Diego, Commissioner Sinai, in reference to the Coronado San Diego map, number 56, requests a new visualization of Imperial Beach up to La Jolla and including Coronado using the 5 freeway as an eastern border, and take the entirety of Del Mar, Encinitas, and Solana Beach. Commissioner Sinai, in reference to map 61 and 63, this is a comment that on both Chula Vista as whole, Commissioner Fernandez, in reference to map 62 and 63, that Imperial Beach is left out on both. Commissioner Toledo, in reference to the Barrio Logan Heights map, number 61, requests a new visualization of a Latino majority congressional district out of this and possibly add Coronado. Moving on to the next set of maps, San Diego and Riverside tribal lands. Commissioner Sinai, in reference to page 66, which is the Escondido and tribal areas, requests a new visualization to take Poway out and put Valley Center in. Take 15 all the way up to Bonsai, Fallbrook, Rainbow, up to Riverside border, and if we need more, Vista. Commissioner Anderson then continues on in regards to Escondido and the tribal areas map, which is also page 66, requests a new visualization to add south to Homol and add Valley Center, Bonsall, Fallbrook, and Rainbow. Next set of maps is for San Diego, Imperial, and Riverside. Commissioner Kennedy, in reference to Coachella Imperial, page 71. The original request was to continue up to the Colorado River to the intersection of Nevada or Fort Mojave Reservation, whichever is furthest north. Commissioner Sinai, in reference to the Coachella Imperial, page 71, visualization, not to add San Diego from the COI, but it may not be possible. Commissioner Sinai then continues for map 70, a new visualization to add Imperial Beach. Commissioner Kennedy had a request for a new visualization to combine the updated page 71, map 71 visualization and part of San Diego County from map page number 68 to include an eastern portion of Riverside County, not including Joshua Tree, but west of the Imperial County line, that include areas from the visualization on page 68 that were identified as tribal lands. Commissioner Sinai, in reference to page 71, requests a new visualization of the page 70 plus Coachella and tribal lands. Commissioner Vasquez, in reference to page 70 and 71, requests a new visualization of, which I believe is 70 and 71, and the tribal lands was the first one. I didn't get exactly the second one on this comment, but the third one was in reference to Commissioner Kennedy's, the extension up into San Bernardino. Do you have any direction on this, Commissioner Vasquez? On this one, do you remember this comment?
This is Andrew, and I have that she wants to take map 70 and include the tribal map as well for that second one.
Okay, great. Thanks, Andrew. All right, moving on to the next set of maps in Riverside. Commissioner Kennedy requests a new visualization of just Coachella Valley, east of Whitewater, not including Whitewater, and not including Indio and Coachella. Commissioner Vasquez, in reference to page 77, requests a new visualization, removing Whitewater and Cabazon. Next set of maps are for Riverside and San Bernardino. Commissioner Kennedy, in reference to the Coachella Morongo Basin map, a new visualization to add in 29 Palms, military bases, and Homestead Valley. The next set of maps are San Bernardino based. Commissioner Fornachari, in reference to page 95. For future reference, maybe include in the number below the description should say POP to refer to population for the public. So that's more of a comment. Commissioner Kennedy, in reference to page 91, requesting new visualization to see one with Bloomington and Colton included. Another one for San Bernardino and Highland, and another visualization of Fontana, Rialto, Bloomington, and Colton. Commissioner Vasquez, in reference to page 91, requests a new visualization to include portions of Bloomington and Colton north of the 10 freeway. For a congressional district, adding Bloomington and Colton north of the freeway plus Highland. Another visualization with all of Bloomington, Colton, Highland, and then Redlands, starting north of the freeway to Highway 38. And then another visualization with just San Bernardino, Highland, and that portion of Redlands that she was referring to north of the 10 and the 38. And finally, Commissioner Vasquez, in reference to page 90, requests a visualization of all of Yucaipa, Calamasa, Cherry Valley, and Banning, one with Oakland and one without. And that includes all the note taking for this.
Hooray, thank you, Andrew. Amazing. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I was just told that there was one clarification that was needed, and anyways, I just wanted to just ask which, they told me which one it was, but I wanted to just ask Andrew if you needed me to still give that clarification.
I believe Commissioner Fernandez had answered that question earlier. If it was the one in regards to which commissioner had requested a visualization, I believe we've already resolved that.
I was told that it was, I think it might have been the San Diego visualization, and it was on page 41 of the PDF. Is that the one? That's the one that I was told, but I just want to make sure you have the clarification you need.
Sure, let me go back and take that.
Was this the one that Commissioner Anderson was, I think the question was, did you want it 163 or 56?
Oh, okay, then, okay,
north
it wasn't,
of.
okay, then it wasn't the page.
Well, that's on page 41.
Okay, is this the Camp Pendleton to La Jolla one?
Mm-hmm. And there was some part in the south that you wanted to add.
On page 41, the one that I'm looking at, it's Camp Pendleton to La Jolla. Is it page 41 on the other? Only because it's
Camp Pendleton to La Jolla.
Okay, on that one, I just said that I thought picking up Escondido, Harmony Grove, Elfin Forest to gain the additional population to create potentially a congressional district, and if needed to go out to Bonsall for the congressional district. Okay, and then then the next page on page 42. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think on that particular one, I think to pick up some additional population for an assembly district, I just said picking up some of the unincorporated areas of, let's see, Rancho Santa Fe, Fairbanks Ranch, going from Encinitas out to the 163. So I do realize that there's a lot of, at least on the map that I'm seeing, there's not like a city specifically stated. I know it's a lot of, at first I had the 52, but then I thought maybe it's not enough. So that's why, I mean, probably more the 52 was my first reaction, but then I thought, oh, maybe it has to go out to the 163. But I'm okay it going to the 52.
So I think the question was if it was going up the 15, was going to be the border on the east. And then do you want to go add the population above the Highway 56 or Highway 163?
No, let's just go up. Is it 56? Or I thought it was 52. Anyways, yeah, just those unincorporated, it's a small portion. I just don't know if it's going to be enough to pick up to make it an assembly district. I think I would just say what you need to do along up until that at least 52. I'm thinking like the 163 may be a little too far south
Okay.
to make it.
Then
work.
we'll make it the, I think that's the 56
Yeah,
that
the
runs.
56,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay, let me make that change because originally it was the 163. So I'm going to be changing this to the 156, correct? Excuse me,
just
56.
56.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Andrew. All right.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, and also I was mentioning to Commissioner Akutagawa that after page 42, then there was no other comment on your behalf because you weren't here and we didn't know if you wanted to go back to address anything from 42 on, but I don't know if we have 3 hours.
I am certain that my fellow commissioners, Sinai and Kennedy, were more than, prepared to give lots of comments. So anything I say would just be not that much more additive to what they contributed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I just wanted to let my colleagues and the public know that the visualization feedback that we got that uses ID 484345 refers to page 48 in the LA County visualization. We're getting fairly positive feedback on that visualization too, so it's good to know.
Very good. Any final comments or feedback for Andrew on the directions? Commissioner Sinai.
Great job, Andrew. I wanted to just piggyback on what Commissioner Fornashari said. Thank you, everybody who is using the form. It really is a good way to capture what you're thinking, and it's a quick and easy way for us to check on there. So please keep using the form, especially if you don't want to wait in line for a long time if we get a lot of callers. We are reading them. I hope you're seeing us. And they really are joyful. I mean, it's exciting to know that you all are listening to us because sometimes it feels like it's us and the Twitter world, but there's others out there that are listening to us as well. So we're very excited.
Indeed. And so with that, I just want to give us all a huge pat on the back. Big thanks to our line drawers for putting together, what was it, over 500 visualizations that we've reviewed in the last 3 days, to our VRA team, to all of our staff who have stuck with us on these days that are extending longer and longer. And I have a feeling that's probably going to be a trend moving forward. So big thanks to all for all of the amazing work. We're going to go to public comment in just a moment. I did want to make a couple of comments. First of all, I know also in the feed, as well as some letters and emails that have come in, there's been several requests for the shape files for these visualizations. It was not the intention to release the shapefiles for these visualizations, but most likely to release the shapefiles for future maps. This is certainly something we're not agendized to discuss this as a commission today. We certainly can tomorrow in our business meeting. Really, it's just a capacity issue. When the visualizations were put together, they're put in PDFs. So uploading all 500 plus visual shape files for each and every visualization that we've reviewed would just be, be a little time intensive, but we can certainly discuss that more tomorrow during our business meeting, but the intention was not at this point in time, but certainly in the future as we're getting closer and closer. Let's see, in terms of next week, our next steps, we have been giving feedback for additional visualizations, but they won't just be single visualizations as we're looking at today. Next week, the line drawers are going to be trying to start stitching some things together for us to review at a regional level, right? So there will be multiple regional options to be looking at and thinking about. I think just as Commissioner Turner had mentioned yesterday, kind of like at the optometrist, seeing lens 1 or lens 2, lens 1, right? So the opportunities to continue to make changes, to continue to collect public feedback. And then lastly, I also just wanted to, actually 2 other things. Of course, I don't want to miss out the fact that we are back tomorrow in a business meeting starting at 9:30 a.m. So we will not be discussing visualizations. This will be our general business meeting. We do have a big agenda for tomorrow. We have a number of items left over from last time that we planned to come back to, the calendar, the playbook, and several other important conversations, input sessions after draft maps, et cetera. So we still have a whole lot to do tomorrow, my friends. And then finally, a little breaking news that I just wanted to share. Our VRA counsel, Mr. David Becker, is actually going to appear before Congress tomorrow and testify, talking about assessing threats to the elections. I don't know. It looks like he's still here. Mr. Becker, do you want to say a word or tell us a little bit about what you're going to be talking about?
House Oversight and Reform Committee, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, very early for you all. I'll be there in person talking about the recent supposed audit that happened in Arizona and ongoing threats that we're seeing to our democracy, which is kind of my day job.
Very good. Super exciting. Best of luck to you. I can only imagine you'll do a phenomenal job. And for all of us early birds here on the West Coast, we will try to catch it at 7 a.m. I see Commissioner Anderson, who I know is not an early bird, looking a little cynical about that.
I'm cheering him on, though.
That's right. Well, thank you so much and good luck tomorrow. And with that, Katie, I think we are ready for public comment. As a reminder, it's 3:43 at this point in time. We're going to close the lines at 4:30 p.m. So if you're hoping to make a call in or a comment, please do call in and get in the queue. If you're in the queue by 4:30, you will be heard. Okay. Thanks so much, Katie.
All right, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 898-2961-9026 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And we will be giving warnings at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. We have caller 6258. And up next after that will be caller 2261. Caller 6258, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I had a little trouble unmuting my microphone. My name is John McOsker. My last name is spelled McOsker. wanted to start by just thanking you all for the tremendous work you're doing. I've been listening for a while now, and you all seem like you collaborate very well, sharing good ideas, and work together as a great team. So thank you for what you're doing. I am a lifelong resident of San Pedro, and I have seen some visualizations for the potential redistricting of our district. And I've seen some that combine San Pedro with Long Beach. And I just want to make sure, if I make one point here today, that I think that would be a tremendous mistake. There is no community of interest and commonality and shared goals and dreams and aspirations between San Pedro and Long Beach as there is between San Pedro and communities like Wilmington, with whom we are extraordinarily aligned, with Carson, Harbor City, the Harbor Gateway, South LA communities like Willowbrook and others. We all, for the most part, many of us, vote for the same mayor. We have a lot of those communities vote for the same
30 seconds.
city council person. Whereas with regard to Long Beach, they're actually our competitor. We compete with them for business in the port community. We try to take on
15 seconds.
businesses and business opportunities that conflict with Long Beach. So I just want to say a lot of community interest with our current district members, none with Long Beach. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. All right, now we have caller 2261, and then up next after that will be caller 2782. Caller 2261, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for your time today. I know those meetings can get long, so we really appreciate it. So my name is Amanda Hernandez, and I'm an Apple Valley native, and my family has been in the high desert since the 1930s. I currently serve with the Apple Valley Fire Protection District Board of Directors, but I'm calling today on behalf of myself. I wanted to urge the commission to put Apple Valley with San Bernardino County high desert communities and not draw us into the Los Angeles County communities. We are closely tied to our fellow San Bernardino County high desert communities in a number of ways. For example, the Apple Valley Fire Protection District provides fire services to not only the town, but also to the unincorporated areas around us. Our district runs along almost all of the way out to Lucerne Valley and south to the foothills of the San Bernardino Mountains. We also have the MOUs with other agencies in the area to help with fire protection, which means if there's a large wildfire in the desert or in the mountains to the south, you'll likely see Apple Valley firefighters along with those from Victorville, Barstow, and San Bernardino counties. Similarly, I work in local government for the city of Barstow, and I know the cities and communities throughout the San Bernardino County high desert work closely on matters of homelessness, public safety, public transit, and public health. All the cities sit on one air quality management district from the Morongo Basin to the county line. All our local San Bernardino high desert water agencies from Pinion Hills to Yucca Valley also work together with our wastewater manager at the Mojave Water Agency
30
to
seconds.
ensure our water aquifers are not overdrawn and we do not have too many pollutants. I want to urge the commission to keep San Bernardino County high desert whole. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much. And now we will have caller 4165, and up next after that will be caller 7938. Caller 4165, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Tim McCosker. I'm also from the Harbor area. Today, you're going to receive a number of written communications and hear, if they make it into the queue, from leaders, small business owners, and local community organizations who have come together to advocate for our local LA Harbor and Gateway neighborhoods. And we are hoping to make it clear that the LA Harbor neighborhoods and the cities to our north are all united as part of a larger Los Angeles Harbor area gateway that stretches from the Port of Los Angeles into South LA, all the way to downtown in some cases. Our harbor area communities are mostly part of the city of Los Angeles, and they include, these are all part of Los Angeles. They include San Pedro, Wilmington, Harbor Gateway, and Harbor City. And we're part of the larger gateway cities that include Carson, West Carson, the communities of Rancho Dominguez, the city of Omita, Watts, and Willowbrook. These communities are all together in the Los Angeles Unified School District, and we're part of the same Los Angeles Community College District. We are part of the Los Angeles LA Harbor Gateway, and we make up about 450,000 people. We know that you will be adding additional communities to build a full congressional district, but we would ask that those cities and those communities continue along this Harbor Gateway corridor that go north from the LA Harbor. It's also important to note that Long Beach is immediately to our east. Our communities are very distinctly different. We have different school systems, a separate community college system. We have our own distinct daily newspapers, and we should not be placed in a congressional district with Long Beach. Our Harbor Gateway and Los Angeles Harbor communities are great, hardworking communities. We have wonderful neighborhoods. We're heavy in logistics. We share retail centers, parks, and public spaces, and we are united by that 110 corridor, freeway corridor. So we thank you for your service, and we thank you for your
time.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7938. And up next after that will be caller 0180. Caller 7938, if you will please follow the prompt to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. My name is Christina Berkey, last name spelled Birkey, and I'm a resident of Bellflower. I'm reaching out to this commission to ask that you make sure our community is included in the new district boundaries with our neighbors to the south, especially Lakewood and Long Beach, since we border both cities. As a resident of Bellflower, I think it's important for us to have the same federal representatives as other neighborhoods that share the same interests, needs, as well as things like freeways, hospitals, and other important centers. For me, this means coming together with these communities to the south of us. Many residents in our city work in Lakewood and Long Beach, and our businesses employ residents of these cities as well. Bellflower and Lakewood and Long Beach are all parts of the greater Long Beach community. The Long Beach Press-Telegram covers Bellflower, and we border Long Beach to the north. We all benefit from the same roads, parks, libraries, and other important resources as well. So please consider including Bellflower in these districts as you work to redraw the lines. And thank you so much for your service and all the time that you're putting into this on this commission.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0180, and up next after that will be caller 0434. Caller 0180, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Yes, my name is Zaza Din, spelled Zazadinh, and I'm a resident of Orange County since 1986. And we have 3 generations of been living here since 1975, actually. But I would like to speak up and wishing the commissioner and will help us out to keep the district the same and not make any changes. I've been a realtor for 18, 20 years now, specialized in Orange County, and have seen new desired city where my clients, who are mostly Vietnamese Americans, want to move into here since the last decade. After the fall of the Saigon, our Vietnamese community who were sent to Camp Pendleton and resided in Westminster, Lower Saigon area started in Westminster and eventually in Garden Grove, Fountain Valley over 15 years ago. However, the last decade, the second generation of Vietnamese Americans, our children, our community children and own family are moving into Huntington Beach. Now, I believe around 30% of our community now is residing in Huntington Beach. and Fountain Valley. We would like to continue and enjoy our cultural food and experiences with our children, schooling, healthcare. We just want the district to remain the same and not make any changes.
15 seconds.
And I just want to thank you for your work, Commissioner, and your services.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 0434, and up next after that will be caller 0495. Caller 0434, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Sage Rafferty. I'm calling from Santa Clarita, California. So I had a chance to review some of the maps, and I'm still looking over the numbers and everything, but some of the initial reactions and different people within the community, AV and San Bernardino are not communities of interest at all, and they're completely different, separate. You know, AV is more of a community of interest with Santa Clarita. And also, I was hoping that there would be consideration of maybe putting Santa Clarita with San Fernando Valley and looking south. We do share communities of interest down there, especially, you know, Porter Ranch and is already in the Assembly District in Santa Clarita, along with, you know, 8038 and also CA25 and Chatsworth and in different areas there. But also you can look, you know, Sylmar has aerospace, which is a commonality with Santa Clarita Valley and also the AV. So it would be, I would have liked to see a map that combines Santa Clarita with San Fernando Valley. But yes, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0495, and up next after that will be caller 0339. Caller 0495, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon. Respected members of this commission, thank you for your time and dedication to this enormous task. And thank you to all your supporting staff. My name is Martha Howard, and I'm a 29-year Temecula resident. As I watch today's meeting, I want you to know that visualization on page 81 is exactly our community of interest. We do not longer want to be a fragmented community, but we all want to belong to Riverside County only. We are looking forward to our visual presentation, and thank you so much for everything that you do.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0339. And up next after that will be caller 2829. Caller 0339, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. The floor is yours.
Hello. Hello, my name is Mike Larson. I am from Bellflower, California, and I want to talk today about why I too believe that Long Beach and Lakewood should be a part of my community and why we should be represented together. As a pastor in my community and a faith leader in the city of Bellflower, my neighborhood and my congregation is undoubtedly a mix of Bellflowerians, Lakewood, and Long Beach, people from Long Beach. Several of my personal friends, as well as my congregants, have moved here in these cities. They own businesses, and they call these cities home. We share common visions and missions with our cities. We share stores, we share grocery stores, and we share entertainment in these cities as well. I always am asked if I'm out of state, where is Bellflower? And I say North Long Beach, and then you run into Lakewood, and then you'll find Bellflower. Bellflower, Lakewood, and Long Beach can do so much together, including these events and activities would benefit us all. We do have major business and traffic corridors that connect Bellflower with Lakewood and Long Beach. These deep connections are very important to me, my family, and those I lead here in Bellflower. So I respectfully ask that you will bring Bellflower, Long Beach, and Lakewood together in your representation when you redraw the lines so that our communities can benefit from the shared energy and resources that such representation would bring. When you draw lines for Congress, please include Long Beach and Lakewood with Bellflower. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 2829, and up next after that will be caller 0998. Caller 2829, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Renee Westelusk. I just have a couple questions regarding map 93. It is the Kern, Inyo, Mono, and part of San Bernardino County map. I missed getting the population on that map, and I also wanted to know, were you considering it for any part of a district? Thank you.
I don't think we would have the mappers with us that had that that map with us today, Ms. Westelusk. Oh, does Commissioner Kennedy, do you have that?
The population is 159,505 as I read it.
That is correct.
Sorry, and could you just say that number below, like the title, is the population for that district? So everyone remember that. That's not a like an identification number. That's actually the population of the district.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We can't hear you, Katie, for some reason. I'm not sure why. Double check your mic setting there.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
All right. Right now will be caller 0998, and up next after that will be caller 5428. Caller 0998, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Nicole McGahey, spelled McGahey, and I'm from Bellflower. I'm here to speak with you today about my neighbors and my city. We're a small community with a big heart that wants to see our representation shared in a better way. As a small city, we're often grouped together with many other small cities, usually meaning none of us have a strong voice in our representation. We feel we would be better represented as heard as part of the Long Beach and Lakewood region, with whom we closely align. Many of our neighbors feel we have strong community and business bonds with both Lakewood and Long Beach to our south. We work, shop, and dine in these cities often and find so many of our Long Beach and Lakewood friends here doing the same thing. Who we are being represented with means as much as who we are represented by. This can't be overstated. And we want to be represented with our communities that we feel connected with on our southern border. Please join Bellflower together with our friends in Lakewood and Long Beach to make us a better community that works together for good. Thanks for your service and for your time today.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 5428, and up next after that will be caller 3711. Caller 5428, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I live in Contra Costa County and wanted to do for a postgraduate course in the geography, demography, and economics of. We moved to Contra Costa 4 years ago to grow a family and enjoy the agricultural production and recreational opportunities of the Delta region. As a board, as a board member of the Farmers Market Association in the 1990s, I watched the markets grow with many farmers coming from the eastern part of our county in the Stockton area. Urban eastward growth began pushing over local orchards and paving over row crops, making it critical today that we tie agriculture of eastern Contra Costa to San Juan County. These farms need to be sustained to make a boundary to the ever-growing eastward urban expansion and to maintain the farm workers' jobs that the county share. Listening to the COI presentations, I found the importance of highways as local boundaries and regional economic connectors. Highway 4 carries agricultural workers, products, and Bay Area commuters to the Bay Area,
15 seconds.
west from Boston and Brentwood. Turning east, farm workers work the orchards and cornfields of Brentwood and the row crops toward Stockton. Dividing this region furthers the loss of
time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 3711, and up next after that will be caller 9138. Caller 3711, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Kenny Green, Green spelled Green. I'm a lifelong resident of Wilmington, and for the last 30 years, I've been working with youth, young adults, and families in the entire harbor area. That includes Wilmington, San Pedro, Harbor City, Harbor Gateway, and Carson. And I also work with grassroots organizations from Watts in the greater LA. Me, myself, and many others feel that the current district lines serves the best interest for the area right now. So why change it? And keeping it together, it's so many reasons. And we could just start off by just with elected officials, like our congressperson, our local council persons, our state assembly rep, our state senator, and our supervisors can continue to work in concert, since all of them are familiar with the district as where they are now and the folks living in them. Our community has been working together for many, many, many years on common issues, and we've been collaborating well together. And breaking it up is just going to throw it in chaos. Earlier today, when we were talking about Long Beach, I understand that Long Beach wanted to expand northward and not westward. Even they feel that the district should stay just the way they are as far as we're concerned on this side of the bridge.
30 seconds.
Long Beach is a big entity. It's just the east of us, but us being smaller communities, we'll get lost in that enormousness. And just hope you guys keep it together. And if you even split up even our own council district 15, it'd devastate us. Splitting up the district like that, it hurt all of us. So I hope you guys can keep the federal and the state district as is. And thank you for your service on this commission.
Time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9138, and up next after that will be caller 6311. Caller 9138, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Sanjana, and I'm a 17-year-old in Fremont. Growing up, I never felt out of place. I was fortunate enough to be surrounded by loving communities, faces that resembled my own. I was surrounded by people that shared my culture, tradition, language, background, and experience, a community that was built upon, immigrant experiences and hardships. And, no matter how spread apart we were, across from cities from Fremont, Milpitas, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, or Cupertino, our South Asian backgrounds really allowed us to connect easier. And now with this new district divide, I fear that I will feel left out along with my Pakistani, Nepali, Indian, Bangla, and Sri Lankan, and other South Asian peers. We all share different needs and support systems than other communities. And with this divide, I feel that my South Asian community is forced to become a minority as a smaller voting power, and candidates will be less likely to fully represent our needs on a congressional level. So, redesigning district lines will only split up these communities further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6311, and up next after that will be caller 9705. Caller 6311, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Elise Swanson, and I'm the President and CEO of the San Pedro Chamber of Commerce, representing over 420 businesses and organizations. I both live and work in the community of San Pedro. I would like to express to you today our desire to maintain our current district lines so we remain united with the LA Harbor communities as you draw congressional district boundaries. As a chamber located in the harbor area, we share common interests with our neighbors, Wilmington, Harbor City, and Harbor Gateway. We are all networked and work together as a part of the larger Los Angeles community, from the Port of Los Angeles to downtown LA. The harbor area communities are in the city of Los Angeles. We have the same city council member. We're also all a part of the LAUSD School District and the LA Community College District. We ask that you keep our current congressional lines running north-south and not create a district that is drawn east to west. While Long Beach is to the east of San Pedro, we are a distinctly different community. Long Beach has its own school district and a different community college system, and we would not believe it would be in our best interest should we be placed in a congressional district with Long Beach. San Pedro is proud to be a part of the diverse harbor area community. We are united in common interests as we work to improve the quality of life for our communities. We look forward to staying united in future maps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 9705, and up next after that will be caller 4204. Caller 9705, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Ana Wu, and I'm a resident of Hacienda Heights. I've lived in Hacienda Heights for 27 years, and both my husband and my daughter were born in Hacienda Heights. I've been a part of this community and also a part of an organization called Kiwanis, which is a nonprofit community service organization that's dedicated to improving the community and also the lives of youth. I've been part of that organization for 24 years, and I'm currently serving as a California, Nevada, Hawaii membership chair for all Kiwanis in California, Nevada, Hawaii. I'm also a business owner, and we have 10 offices globally with our corporate headquarters in Diamond Bar. So I'm here today to speak against slide 40, which groups Hacienda Heights with Montebello and Pico Rivera. Hacienda Heights is a very close-knit community with Rowland Heights. Most people who even live in Hacienda Heights don't even know the boundary lines between Hacienda and Rowland Heights because they're just so close together. Same goes for Walnut and Diamond Bar. I believe all four of these communities should really be grouped together. Like the previous speakers have said, our cultures have really bind us together in these communities. And again, my headquarters is in Diamond Bar, and majority of my employees all live in Rowland, Hacienda Heights, Walnut, and even West Covina. So we share common languages, similar schools. We all shop at the same commercial districts along Valley and Colima. And Hacienda Heights should not be grouped with communities such as along the 605. So I would like to speak against slide 37, which groups Downey, Santa Fe Springs, Norwalk, Bellflower, Artesia, and Cerritos, because these communities exist along the 605. It really doesn't have anything in common with Hacienda Heights. I'm sorry, was that time?
10 seconds.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4204, and up next after that will be caller 0826. Caller 4204, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, this is Richard Marshall, and I'm a resident for many years of Siskiyou County and a rancher in the Scott Valley here. And I am calling today to speak against the desires, I guess, by some to combine our inside agricultural region with a coastal fishing condition. It makes no sense because we're hours away from that coastal district. And we have properly been and always been connected with the upper Central Valley districts, which makes a lot more sense because any representative would have an easier time using Highway 5 to get from one location to another within our district. And then culturally, significantly, we're connected with the interior area, not the coastal area. So I would encourage the commission to keep our group together as we are culturally and economically tied. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0826, and up next after that will be caller 0908. Caller 0826, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Reverend Thomas Simons. I am a resident from Bellflower, California for a long time. And I'm here today just to speak to you about how my community wants to be represented by this redistricting process and why we feel we should be included with our neighbors of Lakewood and Long Beach. Bellflower has been in the past represented with over a dozen of other cities and communities in different legislative bodies. And most of those communities have a little in common with Bellflower. So I really appreciate, please considering strongly including Bellflower with Lakewood and Long Beach in our representation. And we're considering them a part of our community. And we ask that you do too. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0908, and up next after that will be caller 1153. Caller 0908. Caller 0908, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. And that's caller 0908. If you will please follow the prompts by pressing *6. And there may be a connectivity issue. We will come back to that. And now we will go to caller 1153. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Swanson. I'm a longtime Hesperia resident, city council member. I own a small business in the city, and I'm a teacher in Hesperia. And I've been a teacher since 1985 in the same district. Hesperia is a community that's sometimes referred to as a high desert community in the Mojave River Valley. We share a transportation corridor with other cities in our valley, as well as other desert communities such as Barstow, Lucerne Valley, and Apple Valley. We also share some commonalities with other desert communities that are like Hesperia, surrounded by unincorporated land and federal land, such as the cities of Needles and Newberry Springs. Johnson Valley is another that comes to mind. Hesperia is in San Bernardino County, not Los Angeles County. We are being lumped together with Antelope Valley communities. We don't share a transportation corridor with them. They are more than an hour away from Hesperia. We don't share a common economy with LA County. We're not in LA County. All of our supervisors, of course, are San Bernardino County residents because we don't have any real connections to LA County. Hesperia is far removed from LA County in terms of actual mileage as well as philosophy. And we have many rural areas. We have urban centers that are very spread out.
30 seconds.
We're not, thank you. And we have a different demographic. So we would like to retain our position with the other common cities and not be lumped in with any Antelope Valley communities or any LA County communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will go to caller 1926. And up next after that will be caller 7100. Caller 1926, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Dear commissioners, thank you for your time today. My name is John Mendoza, and I live here in the city of Pomona. I'm just calling up to comment that I would like to see our neighboring city, Chino and Chino Hills, be on the same district with LA, with the Riverside County. They share a lot of similarities, and one of the biggest factors is politics. And probably the city of Chino is one of the last agricultural areas in the region there, and which also shares a lot with the Riverside County area. The city of Claremont has more in common than the city of Chino, and I'd like to see Pomona just remain one of LA County in all the congressional, assembly, and Senate districts. So thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7100, and up next after that will be caller 0908. They were able to reconnect. Caller 7100, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, commissioners, for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. My name is Mahesh. I live in the Fremont area and in the Congressional District CD17, along with other cities like Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, and Milpitas. As you all know, the Asian community, and specifically those that have migrated from the South Asian subcontinent, like India, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and many, many, many others, largely reside in the now known as the Congressional District 17. These cities are all basically linked culturally, emotionally, professionally, in any way you say. It's one big family. And this is an Asian majority district in the whole of United States. And this is one of the reasons I live in Fremont, work in Cupertino, and have an apartment on rent in Cupertino. And we go and share dinner, lunches together in all these districts. And we have friends and family. My brother lives there, and my other siblings too. So it's like one big family. We discuss about what's happening in City 17 and make it one good family decision. So there's a tremendous synergy also among the residents, as you can see, for over decades. It's not just that yesterday. We have been living in this country and in the city of Fremont for the last 30 years. And really appreciate if we can keep all of this together and don't break the families and the city 17. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Chair, would you like to make an announcement?
Sure, just a final reminder. I think we've only got a couple people left in the queue at this point in time. But should anyone out there be hoping to call into the commission, please do so. The lines are going to close in 5 minutes at 4:30. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0908. And up next after that will be caller 8224. Caller 0908, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Richard Deming, Deming, and we've been residents of Fullerton for 44 years. I'd like to speak specifically about some of the maps that have been drawn, and I am most favorably inclined toward map number 6. Fullerton is very much a North Orange County community that extends up into the Diamond Bar and 5760 region. It's important for us to realize that we even have overlapping school districts for northern communities. So the 91 freeway is typically defining the Fullerton area. So I think that's a very important map to consider. Maps number 7 and 10 do include more contiguous areas, and they are certainly suitable for representation of communities that focus on North Orange County. Maps 8 and 21 seem to be very strangely drawn to basically break up what has been our contiguous areas. So I think that it's important for us to not consider Fullerton to be in any significant way associated with Central and Southern Orange County. So I think in order to maintain the historical connections between our communities, I would like to speak strongly in favor of map 6. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8224. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. And caller 8224, if you wish to give comment this evening, please press *6 to unmute your telephone. The floor is yours.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi, my name is Stephanie Green. I'm a bit confused since I saw the October 4 map where I lived before in Los Alamitos, but after that I moved to Westminster and lived with my parents, but my children still study in Los Alamitos district. So I'm now Vietnamese American mom, and I would like my two children learn about the Vietnamese culture, Vietnamese food, and he can go to the Vietnamese market sometime or just a Vietnamese temple. And your map on Bay 13, Park 1, we taken food garden road in which Puna Park, Anaheim, Santa Ana, Stanton, and Costa Mesa. They are not community. I feel connected to all my family. Any map figure should group the Vietnamese American community together and not group Asian American together. And every living around here know that Anaheim and Santa Ana are very similar and are Latino. I believe that the Latino community should have their own community of interest by connect Anaheim and Santa Ana together, while I support that our Vietnamese American community should have its own district. Lee note that Vietnamese American community value and community connection of Jandro, Fun Valley, Westminster, Huntington District, are much more similar. So I continue to look at our area. Lee, make sure you connect community that have
15 seconds.
Value together. So both teams together, both Jandro, Fun Valley, Westminster, still bit Los Alamitos. Would only make sense. We have been connected for the last 10 years, so don't split us apart. Thank you.
Time.
And that is all of our callers at this time, Chair.
Wonderful.
Katie, the last caller, we couldn't hear half of what they said. Or is there a way you can get them back and determine? Could you hear,
absolutely. Chair? Actually, they hung up. They were caller 8224, I believe, and they hung up. I apologize. They're gone.
perhaps if she is listening, she could write in her comment. She became really muffled at about halfway through her her testimony, and so it was very difficult to hear what she was saying.
It looks like Ravi was taking notes during that time, and it seems like captured fairly fairly good notes from the closed captioning. So we can certainly make that available since the caller is no longer here. Okay, sorry about that. Other than that, if there are no more callers, the lines are closed at this time. So just as some final reminders to all, we will be back again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. for our business meeting. I will not be with you first thing in the morning, so Commissioner Toledo is going to stand in for me. So big thank you to Commissioner Toledo. Thank you in advance. But I will be back with you all around 11. Looking forward to it. Have a great night, everyone. Get home safely. This meeting is adjourned.